What's cracking, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. We'll be joined by Chip Brown any moment now. Chip down on campus. You know, he does the Monday shows at the LBJ Library, so you have to hear what Steve Sarkeesian had to say about Saturday, and Ethan Berg, I think Parker Livingston spoke, and other Texas players. So it's going to be interesting to see what all those guys said and how Chip feels about this past Saturday. But appreciate y'all, man. Texas Sports Unfiltered, lock and loaded, Chip and Zay. You know how we do around here. Like, subscribe, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Instagram. We're everywhere. If you don't have the app, get that. We're on YouTube. Y'all, again, we're everywhere, man. We're popping now. It's been a good thing. TSU, we've been rocking and rolling. But, yeah, even though Texas football right now, a little bit troublesome, worrisome for these Texas fans out here. I get it. I feel it too. Hopefully, if you're a football fan, you got a chance to enjoy this weekend of football because, damn, man, it doesn't get much better than this weekend. From college to the NFL, I don't know how many good games I saw. Tennessee, Georgia, classic. Clemson losing to Georgia Tech on a field goal, classic. Even the Aggies, that's what hurts, man. Like, the Aggies even gave you a good game. Like, if you're Marcus Freeman and Notre Dame, you 0-2 right now. You're wondering what the hell happened, because those guys, just a Tony Romo type situation for that backup Notre Dame quarterback. I feel for him. It's going to be hell in South Bend for that dude. Like, I hope, he's tough-skinned because everybody's going to think about him losing that game, which is unfair. I mean, you play 60 minutes, one possession shouldn't result into a loss, but y'all know how we think around here. So feel bad for that dude. And on the NFL side, Cowboys, man, that game was crazy. Them Giants were fighting. Russell Wilson looks like he looked with before Sierra. You know what I'm saying? Malik Neighbors. And then Dak made some big-time plays, man. George Pickens made some big-time plays. And Brandon Aubrey, one of the best kickers in the league. Like, it don't matter where he is. That foot is special. So shout out to the Cowboys winning that game. And Indiana Jones, as they're calling Daniel Jones, that was a nail-biter. Colts beating up on the Broncos. They call them the Texas Broncos because they have so many damn Texas Longhorns on that team. So incredible weekend of football. You don't get many weekends like that, and I guess it hasn't ended. If you check out tonight, NFL still going on. You got a double header tonight, which I'm not about the double headers and the NFL Monday Night Football. Like, we don't need that. Just put another game in the afternoon slate. Like the Chargers and the Raiders, that's an afternoon slate game. You know what I'm saying? For Sunday. Like, nobody needs that late night Monday. I feel bad for the East Coasters that might want to watch that game because it's going to be late as shit. You know what I'm saying? But before that, you got a good one with the Buccaneers going to H-Town to play the Texans. So, yeah, best quarter of football I've ever seen. Joe K, I don't know what you're talking about, but what up, Joe? What up, Chris? Hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. My man Johnny Longhorn says, what's up, Zay? What's up, Johnny? But yeah, y'all, watching that game back against UTEP doesn't make me feel much better than watching it originally on Saturday. And me and Wags, shout out to my guy Wags, doing the postgame show after the game. And, Arch Manning, that's what you come away from the game, just how bad he was and the struggle that it was for Arch. And, seeing him after the game, talk to the media and stuff, them eyes look glossy. Like, them eyes, you can see the pain in his eyes. And you feel bad for the young one. You do. Now, so like Steve Sarkeesian says, y'all, you signed up for this. When you signed that scholarship letter of intent to go to the University of Texas, as the quarterback specifically, this is what you signed up for. You know what I'm saying? The quarterback at Texas might be more famous than the governor. It is what it is. That's football in the South. That's football at the University of Texas. You got to understand what you signed up for. But what Arch is going through right now, definitely never gone through it in his life. And you got to feel for him. You really do. The dude, he got booze. You know what I'm saying? Like, he feels the heat, 10 straight incompletions. That's tough to win with. Like, that's really tough to win with. You look at just how easy some of those passes should have been that just weren't accurate. You know, the anticipation, that stuff that you have to have as a QB, it just wasn't there. And Steve Sarkeesian, who, again, it's UTEP. You got to be saving stuff. You don't want to show your full hand before SEC play starts against the minors. And shout out to Scotty Walden. Scotty Walden, like I was telling Wags after the postgame show, Scotty Walden, man, that dude, that's a cool coach. That's somebody that you will run through a brick wall for, because this, the excitement, the enthusiasm, like, it looked like he sniffed the line before he got on the field. That's how pumped up he was. Like, I need my coaches like that. In this violent ass sport of football, I need those crazy ass coaches. You know what I'm saying? Like, he had his team as ready as they could be. You're playing against a opponent that has supreme athleticism compared to yours, you know, that's bigger, stronger, faster. And to only lose by 17, as bad as Texas played, you'll take that, man. You'll take that if you're UTEP. You got paid in a way to get your ass whooped, and you didn't. You fought, and you made it look like Arch Manning was seeing ghosts out there. And yeah, you got to give UTEP their credit. You got to give them their credit, their respect. Very impressive. But at the end of the day, as Chip just texted me, Trevor Gooseby just finished. Be there in 5. He said that 5 minutes ago. So cool. Chip's on his way. Love to hear what Trevor Gooseby said, because right now, Trevor Gooseby is the lone leader of this offense. And I don't even know if you could really call him that. Like, DJ Campbell should be your leader. DJ Campbell ain't no leader. I'm sorry, DJ Campbell. Not everybody's meant to be leaders. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't a knock on him. Doesn't mean he's not a good player, but DJ Campbell, you've had 3 weeks of 3 holding calls. You know, I don't think he's that type of player that's going to get in anybody's face, or, you know, if he says something motivational that the team will just be like, yeah, bet, hell yeah. Y'all hear DJ, we got to come on with it. They don't got that right now. Contravian Wisner, he's not available due to injury. DeAndre Moore, concussion protocol, he wasn't available due to injury. I hope both of those guys are back for Sam Houston so they could get some type of rhythm before that Florida game comes around October 4th. But those guys not being available, that means something, even against UTEP in a way. Now, it still should have been a blowout. It should have looked a lot worse than 27-10. I'm with y'all there. But when you have those types of guys, CJ Baxter going out, that's deflating, y'all. I don't think we've talked about that enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, me and Wags, I didn't talk about that enough with Wags after the game, and I thought about it all weekend. If I know what CJ Baxter went through with all the rehab, LCL injury, PCL injury, he gets back. He's definitely one of your leaders in the locker room. And then you see him get hurt first play of the game. Psychologically, yes, you still have a game to play, but these guys are still human beings. This is your brother we're talking about. They love CJ Baxter. So I see that as a teammate, as a player, as a brother. And that takes a little bit to get over, because you're worried about his health. You're worried about his well-being, his psyche, his mental. You know, that's something that might take a while to really get going. And I thought you saw that a little bit, and then you just throw those other running backs into the fire, which is what they needed. You know, Sark was right when he said it was kind of a blessing in disguise. Obviously, you don't want CJ Baxter to go down, but now guys have to step up. Guys that don't have much experience, guys that have limited reps, Jared Gibson, Christian Clark, James Simon, which James Simon, man, for the future, maybe not now, maybe not this year, but for the future, James Simon, he was doing some stuff. Now, overall, the run game, it has to be better. It was a little mid, if you ask me. I mean, you go 227 yards. Okay, good. But 55 attempts, 4.1 yards, against Georgia, against Ohio State, against some of these SEC foes, you'll take that. Against UTEP, nah, that ain't going to cut it. You got to see more from your offensive line specifically. And then those running backs, they're just trying to find their way onto the field. They're just trying to, get acclimated to the speed of the game. The offensive line, again, they're continuing to have their struggles. You know what I'm saying? Like, then Pancake Factory, this is a well put together offensive line, and the size is just, those guys are so young. Those guys have so much inexperience. So again, the non-leaders thing right now for your quarterback room, and Sark did talk about that today. He said that, people, they asked him about the leaders, and he mentioned like Arch, and he mentioned Trevor Gooseby, and he mentioned Parker Livingston and Ryan Wingo, and that's cool and all, but it's hard to speak up when you haven't done much yourself on the field. You dig? Like, it's hard to listen to somebody like DeAndre Moore. He's earned them skins on the wall. He's earned them stripes. Contravian Weissner, same. CJ Baxter, what he's been through and overcame, and how he was his freshman year and just all those years in the program. He deserves that. While the rest of those guys, y'all got to earn it. And you look at your quarterback for that guidance and leadership, and he just can't do that right now because he's so much in his head that how can he worry about anybody else when he's struggling his ass off? You know what I'm saying? And that touchdown to Ryan Wingo, the little rub out route, that was a beautiful pass. Like, I want to give Arch credit where it's due. That was a beautiful pass. And maybe they've unlocked something using his legs. I know Sark doesn't want to do that. I know Sark is not a coach that coaches the quarterback position to where you're out here running like you're Jalen Hurts or a Marcel Reed or Jalen Milroe. That's not what Arch Manning is, but at least you got that in his bag, like we saw against UTEP, where things are going so bad, let's just give him some design runs and see what happens. There's my guy in the waiting room, the green room, my main man, coming off a great birthday, Chip Brown. What's up, buddy?
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. Zay, it was a great birthday weekend. How was your weekend, my man?
Not too shabby. I was telling the people before you jumped on, man, even though Texas football struggled, it was a great football weekend. Like, if you had a lot of stuff to do this weekend, I feel for you. But if you're able to just sit back in the recliner, chill, get your popcorn out, the brewskis, and just watch football all weekend, man, you were blessed because the games that I saw, incredible. But how was the birthday, man? What y'all do Friday? What happened? Popping bottles, Eleanor taking you out, splurging, spoiling you. How was that, man?
Yeah, Elle Bell, the amazing, the adorable Elle Bell. She took me out, got a hotel room out of town, and just like felt like I was the king of the castle. At this age, Zay, you're not excited about birthdays. You're kind of dreading them. So it helps to have someone who's there to make it fun, make it enjoyable. So very appreciative on that. And then, headed off to DKR for, what we saw there on Saturday, and appreciate the wishes. And I know people are concerned. Heck, I'm concerned. Without a doubt. And you're right. We saw some amazing football in other games. Texas A&M getting it done against Notre Dame. How many times was NBC going to show that holder? That poor.
They were doing him like Romo, man.
Seriously.
They were doing him wrong. I don't know what. And he should have put on that other jersey too. He put on that like the neon
Crossing
color.
guard.
Yeah. So now he
Vest.
sticks out like a sore thumb. And you're just like, bro, you need to go back to the locker room with the way they doing you, because I feel bad for my man. It's gonna be a rough week for him.
Oh, there was no luck of the Irish for that poor bastard. I mean, and yeah, I mean, everyone's walking away from that game going, okay, Marcel Reed, I see you leading that 4th and goal from the 11 touchdown in final seconds. Yeah. Cowboys win.
A holding call, but whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There should have been a holding call. Definitely a holding call.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, a holding call. Cowboys won in, are you kidding me, fashion. How about Aubrey? You know, that's what good kicking can do.
Yeah.
That was crazy. I mean, they get the ball back with 25 seconds, get into field goal range, sort of. I mean, 64-yarder, and then win it in overtime. Jerry couldn't believe it. But the Cowboys beat the Giants. That's what they do. They always beat the Giants. So, yeah. So I guess we should talk about the Longhorns, right? Because I just got back from all the player interviews and Steve Sarkeesian. Everyone wants to know what's going on with Arch, right?
Yeah, what players were available today? I saw Ethan Burke, Parker Livingston, Gooseby. Is that it?
Yeah. You had Arch. You had
Arch spoke today.
He did. Yeah, okay. He spoke with Michael Taff. You had Leonga Lafau, Jelani McDonald, and so, you know, I think everyone wants to know what's going on with Arch, because that was such a weird game. Like, he opens the game 4 of 5 passing, caps a long touchdown drive with a rushing touchdown after they struggled to pick up a yard. But they got some penalty help down there. So Arch runs it in, and then then he misses 10 straight passes, basically the span of the second quarter. So everything bogs down. You're sitting there going, what on earth is happening here? You know, CJ Baxter goes down on the first play of the game. And so you don't have Wisner or Baxter out there, but you thought these 3 games, these 3 non-conference games, would be an opportunity for all these young guys, which they got. But what they didn't expect was Arch to, continue to miss open receivers, not be in rhythm, not be fluid. And so he was asked today, is this more physical or mental? And he said, mental. And he was asked, are you talking to anyone about it? And he said, I had a good conversation with Steve Sarkeesian yesterday. I've got my family. And he sounded relaxed. He sounded good. He didn't sound stressed out. And so maybe there was a breakthrough. Who knows? But he said, I'm ready to get back out there and get rolling. So maybe there was a good, breakthrough in this conversation with Steve Sarkeesian, because look, this guy's got a lot on his shoulders. First of all, no one feels sorry for him. He's Arch Manning. He's part of the first family of football. But that's a blessing and a curse, because everybody just expects you to be dynamite, nails, money, expects you to be on point. And, I've had people say, he's in his 3rd year in the program. Okay. Well, it's still, he's got to go out and do it. And he had the whole year of buildup, right? Everyone's building him up. He's the Heisman favorite. Like, the expectations were completely bonkers. And then he goes out against Ohio State. It's not good. And he's hearing negatives for the first time in his life. And he's hearing how, what's wrong with Arch? What's wrong with Arch? He's never had to answer those kinds of questions before. It's a lot. Everyone's talking about it. He's on every talk show. Like, to tune out the noise, it takes effort. Like, if you like to watch some of these shows, you can't watch them because they're talking about you now. And so, that's all part of it. It's all part of the growth. We knew this offense was going to have growing pains, whatever. Probably didn't expect him to be like have his mechanics falling apart, his footwork be bad on simple throws. But look, if it's piling up, he needs to talk about it. And he's the kind of guy who, I asked Parker Livingston, I'm like, when you're laying around his roommates watching football, is he talking about this stuff? He's like, no, we're just watching football. So he, him saying that he talked to Steve Sarkeesian about it, we'll see, because this is a lot on this guy. And when you see a guy miss 10 straight passes, like that's a lot. It's a lot. That's a big number of misses in a row. And everything can start piling up, and especially after last week, right? Because he has 9 explosive pass plays in the win over San Jose State. Seems like things are moving in the right direction. He gets the 83-yard, touchdown pass to Livingston. Wingo dropped a pass on 3rd down to open that game. And so, there's a lot going on. And then all of a sudden, he takes a step backward against UTEP. You miss 10 straight passes in a home game. It's that there's, people are going to be like, what's going on? And then what's weird, Zay, is he finished the game 7 of 10. And he connects with Wingo 3 times, including for a touchdown. So maybe there was some momentum there at the end, but all anyone's going to remember are the 10 misses and the fact that Texas only scored 27 points against UTEP when they were favored by 41. So it's all about, and this is why Steve Sarkeesian, you call him the $10 million man. This is why he's going to earn the $10 million this year, because he's got to help this guy get through this mental block, and it's got to, sooner rather than later. Steve Sarkeesian said that today, because now Cole Hudson is injured.
Oh,
so you've got Baxter is going to be out with the hamstring. He didn't have an update on if Wisner and DeAndre Moore would be back. Now Cole Hudson's out. And again, people are going to be like, well, they were going to play young guys anyway. Okay, well, now maybe you need some of your veterans on the field with Arch. We'll see. This week, obviously they're playing an FCS team for the first time in 20 years. Texas should handle business. What the line, I'm sure, is
41.5 again.
Okay, same again. And they're expected to just go out there and dominate. And you're looking for signs that the pressure's off. And it was kind of interesting that he was answering the questions with Michael Taft today, because we know Michael Taft is one of the most devout, guys in terms of his faith. And we hear Scotty Scheffler talk all the time, like, I can go out and play golf. I can play free on the golf course because my life is, my next, his faith gives me a place in the afterlife. And Michael Taft is that way. And that's probably a guy that Arch needs to be around right now, because if you try to tackle all this stuff and not lift it up or share it with someone, a therapist, maybe it's whoever in your family is the person that you trust the most with the, the fears or whatever you're dealing with, he needs to be able to talk about that stuff. So I'm sure his conversation with Sarkeesian was important, and we'll see if that helps to relieve some of this, because it almost feels like it's a big balloon of pressure that's blowing up that needs to be popped,
Yeah. And, even though these guys try to stay out of it, I think his uncles could come into play in moments like this, especially Eli with what he had to go through in New York. Like, it was brutal for Eli at times. And then look at Peyton's early career where he just couldn't get past Belichick in New England. And then he finally got over the hump, but it took longer than what people thought. Like that, those pressure moments, that's tough. So I'm sure he's talking to someone about it, but for the first time that he's ever had to face it, like it's getting thrown at him fast. And you, as you mentioned, Chip, the 10 incompletions, like it's hard to do that. It really is, especially those throws that were given to him that he said himself, like, I'm usually an accurate guy. I don't know what's going on right now. And I told the people before you jumped on, like, you could see in his eyes, there's pain there, man, because he wants to be so good and he knows how talented this team is. And he doesn't want to be the one to mess that up. You know, he doesn't want to be the one to shatter the dreams of the guys that he busts his ass with every single day who have very high aspiration and goals, and that's to get back to the college football playoff. So he wants to do so well. And yes, there's moments where you could see him pressing it a little bit, but just finding those people around like Mookie Taft and whoever in his family, Hyde, his little brother, like just those people, Parker Livingston, those people that could just make him feel comfortable. Because he, as Jesse says, like he looks like when he comes to the sideline, and it's just that look of, damn, like there's nothing that I can give right now. Everything is going wrong. The roof's crashing down. Like, help. And I said it too before you jumped on to what you said, like Contravian Wisener, DeAndre Moore, CJ Baxter. Those are the only leaders I know on this offense. Really. I know Sark went and said Parker Livingston and Ryan Wingo, and, you know, Trevor Gooseby and Arch. Like, those guys haven't played enough to be leaders yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to show me something before you can tell me something. So those guys that are available right now, they're just trying to find their footing. And Trevor Gooseby, he might be the best one right now that's available to actually speak up. And you saw him and heard him from the SEC network crew talking to the guys on the sideline, trying to pick guys up and stuff. But right now, there isn't anybody. And Sark said, oh, we got to be that too as coaches. There's only so much you could do as coaches. Guys have to hold each other accountable in that locker room. And on the offensive side, you don't see that. Defense, we got nothing to say about defense. This defense, top of the line. Like Mookie Taft, he ain't getting enough credit right now for leading the team in tackles. Like Colin Simmons didn't have one tackle this past Saturday, but you still feel great about the defense because so many different guys they could throw in and out. But you saw what went down over the weekend with all these teams. This squad ain't beating A&M. This squad right now ain't beating Oklahoma. But you saw Vanderbilt. I know Lenore Sellers got hurt and all, but they ain't beating Vanderbilt when they come into town and Vanderbilt putting up 30 balls on folks. You kidding me? Like, it's about to get real. Now Gunnar Stockton is finding a groove. How the hell did Georgia win that game in Knoxville? So I'm looking at a team, if they play the same way they do offensively, that could go 7-5. And that's terrifying, but that doesn't seem so far out with what we've seen thus far. And it is very worrisome. Now, Steve Sarkeesian said all the right things today. He was like, yo, I still feel great, which that's what he needs to say. He thinks that this team is just a couple of, you know, changes away.
We're close.
Yeah, we're close. That's what he said. We're close. And Texas fans are wondering, close to what? But as he also said, the war is coming. The war is coming. So you better have all your ammo, all your guns, everything ready for the war, because right now you don't. And it starts with 16. If he could just get back to playing confidently, which right now it seems like a lot, but it's in him. It's in him, man. I think he needed this. I think he needed this adversity. Like the way that he was running the ball, I respected that because he wasn't sliding. He wasn't going out of bounds. That's leadership right there. You're a quarterback. You could go out of bounds. You could slide. He wasn't doing none of that at all. I'm sure Archie Manning, Grandpa's going to be like, hey, man, when they run you, be careful. And he's like, Grandpa, the way I was playing, I got to show this team life.
Grandpa.
confidence. I gotta
I
let
gotta
them
make
know.
I gotta make some plays,
Gotta
baby.
make some plays, baby. So I did respect him using his legs a little bit more, and Sark for putting that in the offense when things got dark. Maybe that might add a different aspect to his game moving forward, even though Sark doesn't want to do that. But those easy throws, they got to be completed.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. And I'm seeing CB, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. DJ Lagway sucks as well. Lagway threw 5 interceptions. Yeah. And look, remember Jalen Daniels at Kansas had a rough year 2 seasons ago. It can happen. You can have some good moments as a first-time player, and people see that and they're like, okay, well, here we go. And then it doesn't get off to the start you want, or maybe, I can't remember Jalen Daniels. He had back issues he was fighting through, but it can go sideways. And that's why I said, I wrote it at Horns 24/7 that, Steve Sarkeesian, this could end up being, the toughest season of coaching he's had at Texas, because he's dealing with this mental block in his star quarterback. And because we saw Arch play loose and free and make plays from the minute he walked on the field. His first pass was a touchdown when he subbed for Ewers last year. He scored 2 touchdowns before Quinn Ewers was out of the medical tent, because Texas, on their next possession, he runs at 67 yards for a touchdown. He looked like he was having the time of his life. And he was asked today, are you having fun? And he said, yeah. It wasn't convincing. And he said, it'll be more fun, when I'm playing better. And he did seem relaxed. The other times he's answered questions, he's seemed like he's searching. Today, he sounded like a guy who knew he was going to get better. So we'll see how that plays. But yeah, people, like I said, no one's going to feel sorry for this guy, because they just expect him to be just add water great. And that's, there's a lot of things going on here. And again, they were expecting to play young players, but not having, Quintravian Wisener as he's trying to work through this, or CJ Baxter on Saturday, or DeAndre Moore, who's the leader of the receiver room. Those little things add up. And him getting on the same page with Ryan Wingo finally. He said after the touchdown, he went up to Wingo and said, okay, let's start from here. Let's go. And that's a positive. Because, he obviously has felt guilty, bad about not getting his playmakers the ball in stride so that they can make the kind of plays that those receivers want to make. After the Ohio State game, people were questioning if Texas has any speed at receiver. Those receivers are like, are you kidding me? That suddenly they have to answer questions because, the passes aren't catching them in stride. So this stuff piles up, and then Sark's like, yeah, we kind of had to call some plays for Arch to run the ball. And then after the game, Sark was like, Arch was starting to look for, on passing plays, he was starting to look to run instead of keeping his eyes downfield. And Sark said, you can rely on your legs too much and get out of the scheme of the offense. So you're unwinding a bunch of stuff right now instead of just approaching what's going on defense. I always said as a tennis player, once you get past like how you hit your forehand and how you hit your backhand, you need to be looking at what your opponent is doing and how they're trying to beat you so that you can take away what they're doing well. And just, that's where you have to be. Arch has to be past his mechanics. He has to be past the fundamentals. He's got to be, okay, that safety is, he's coming down and the post is going to be open behind him, and be relaxed about it. And we're not there yet. And that's what's scaring everybody. And I get it, because people are like, well, what are they doing in practice every day? What, they've had all summer. I get it.
AJ Milwee deserves to be questioned right now. Like, what's going on there? Like, why doesn't he look this comfortable?
Right, because he's a tough love guy.
Yeah.
And so maybe the conversation with Sark was, hey, I understand what's going on. Here we go. You got to have a little bit of everything. And yeah, you got to have the tough love and the hard coaching. But when a guy is mental, and Arch said today, it's more mental than it is physical, and we all knew that. Then you gotta talk to him, let him get this stuff out, and then reassure him. That's what coaching is.
Yeah.
And if Sark is more that guy than Milwee, then good that they had this conversation, and we'll see what comes out of it. Because, like I said, the sign of a well-coached team is week-to-week improvement. Ohio State was a struggle. The 9 explosive pass plays against San Jose State, to me, was like, okay, step forward. Yeah, there were still some passes that were overthrown, underthrown, but 9 explosive pass plays, 3 for touchdowns, you'll take that. And then for it to go backward against UTEP, that's where everyone's like, okay, are we green and growing, or are we ripe and rotting? Because everyone knows what's laying out there in the SEC for Texas. And like you said, Zay, the way Texas played against UTEP, you could see them losing 5 games. And you're not alone. You're not alone in thinking that. As good as this defense is, as good as the punter is, as well as Mason Shipley's, kicking field goals, Texas right now, the mindset needs to be, how do we get to 21 points and let our defense sit on people? And that's not what Sarkeesian is about. Sarkeesian, he's never come close to averaging 40 points per game. It's always been right around 33 to 35 per game. That's not where they are right now. And so,
yeah,
Jack
Boomeister, he booted that one 59 yards.
Oh my gosh.
Feel good
Flip
about
the field. That was the epitome of flipping the field.
From you feel good about
your own 20 to the other team's 20.
That dude, he has a freaking boot. And Troy, you're speaking to the ultimate reacher here, Zay Collier. My man Chip is at LBJ Library. He can't be yelling and wilding. So
yeah, I'm hoping not to get kicked out of here. So yeah,
we gotta. I could do all that, but yeah, if you hear his voice,
listen. The only reason I'm like Arch Manning is better than what he's shown is because we've seen it.
Yeah,
we saw it against Mississippi State last year. We saw it against, even when he threw the 2 interceptions against ULM, he still played well. Against UTSA, he had 4 touchdown passes, including a 75-yarder. The guy can play. He can play. And he just needs to relax and have fun. And if something bad happens early in a game, he cannot he cannot have the here we go again syndrome, because his whole offense is depending on him. And if it continues, the confidence of the players around him will start to come down. And that's where this thing gets sideways. Yeah,
you remember when Sark said that before the season? Like, we got guys that if one mishap happens, it's still in their head on the next plays. And the first thing you and I thought, well, at least me, I thought about Arch Manning there. And then now I'm seeing it and I'm like, he might have been really talking about Arch Manning without actually saying Arch's name from the 10 incompletions and just the struggles and even the touchdowns, man, when he was running it in, it just wasn't much celebration there because he knows he could be playing way better football. And last year, when you got no pressure on you, when you know you're the backup and once the starter becomes healthy, you're out of the game, you can play with a different type of freedom. Now he doesn't have that luxury. And it's closing in on him. Like he feels that heat and it is hot. And again, just a lot of guys go through it, but nobody has ever been in the situation that he is. So even if somebody were to try to talk to him, they still wouldn't be able to relate. Like I don't know anybody that has like a father like that. I mean, Peyton, obviously the family, but like with no social media back then, it just all that was different. So now him having to deal with this type of adversity, you feel for him. And if I see CJ Baxter go out the way he did, it'll take me a little bit to get locked in back into the game. That's just me, because I was a little shook myself, and I'm on the couch. I'm like, damn, man, CJ don't deserve this. Like, what the hell's going on? This is the first play of the game. Like, SEC's right around the corner. So I'm sure those fellas, the players, they were feeling that too, especially Arch Manning, that could have been a CJ Baxter game. And now he might be thinking, okay, now I got 3 young backs coming in that I'm going to have to really help out and get going. And that might force a guy to press a little bit. So, hey, put it up on Sam Houston State. Like, this is one of them games where you apologize to the coach after because, hey, coach, I didn't mean to run up the score, but we needed that more than anybody. Like, I'll send you a gift basket, a fruit basket with my apologies on it. L'Oreal will get you right or something to go along with this, six-figure check that I'm sure Texas is going to give Sam Houston, maybe more. But yeah,
well, here's Troy. Troy's like, I don't buy this. Do you not remember being a 19, 20-year-old college kid? And if a girl talked to you the wrong way, you could have a confidence crisis. Like, this kid has never faced adversity in football, and he's all over your television doing Warby Parker and Viore ads. And if you went out there and, after all the buildup to the Texas-Ohio State game and you're missing guys who are wide open from the beginning of the game, and you're wondering what the hell's happening right now, and it's all happening in front of the college football world, like it's not so simple, Troy. I mean,
my man Troy got,
I don't know about you. Troy may be he may be 6'5" and 265, built like LeBron James. But some cats out here, even Arch said, I played 2A football in New Orleans.
Sorry.
He played, if you watch video highlights, he's playing against guys who are slower than me and Zay. And that's why he wanted to go someplace where he could sit and learn. But if you have this image and the whole world has this image of you and you come out and you're missing passes from the beginning of the game, and you're going to have a confidence crisis. Let me tell you something, because it's happening in front of the whole world. And you're on every talk show. What's wrong with Arch Manning? What's wrong with Arch Manning? Like, if people think this is just normal and it's, hey, whatever, it's not. The expectations were out of whack. That's why his grandfather was like, don't do any NIL ads until you play. And he ended up doing NIL ads before he played, but the opportunities were so good. He took them, which is, performance anxiety, whatever you want to call it. It's, and people can sit there and say, well, he's supposed to be this. Okay, well, what he's supposed to be and what's actually happening are two different things. And so, people may think that I'm like trying to make excuses for the guy. No, I know that, this generation, whatever this Arch's generation is, talks about anxiety more than any other generation that I've ever known in my lifetime. I mean, Ricky Williams, like we probably should get Ricky Williams on the show because Ricky used to wear his helmet with the shade because he had, public anxiety or whatever, social anxiety. It's real. It happens. And I know people are like, well, what is he, Chuck Knobloch? Well, you hope not.
Knobloch.
You hope not, but
Chuck Knobloch used to take routine scoops and just fire it in the stands, man.
Right. But people are acting like, well, he's a football player. He's supposed to be mentally the toughest there is. Okay, well, guess what? It doesn't always happen like that, especially when the buildup and in real life don't match up at all.
Yeah.
And did he have something to do with that? I mean, probably just doing the commercials. All the other build, he had no control over people saying he was the Heisman favorite. He had no control. So I do hate this part about the media because the media always gets blamed for building a guy up and then tearing him down, right? And Arch had no say in being the Heisman front runner going into the year. No say. In Texas, because of the hype on Arch, Texas was preseason number 1. Even though we hadn't seen Arch as the starter, having to carry the weight of that. Quinn was carrying that weight last year. So Arch just got to pop in. Oh, you need me to play? Okay, great. And it was loose and it was fun. Now he's carrying the weight of all the expectations, the offense, the preseason number 1, all that. Like I said, it's like this pressure balloon that needs to get popped, and the sooner the better. And I get that there are people who are just like, he's way better than this, or I don't get it. Well, I've always said, if it doesn't add up, if it's not making sense, there's something else going on. And it's all right there. But he's not going to admit that. He doesn't want to admit that. He's a 20-year-old kid who's in the glare of like an ant under a magnifying glass. He's got to figure this out. And he can't do it. And he's got to do it in front of the world. Yeah. And that's why I'm like, if he needs to talk to somebody, if he needs to go talk to the sports psychologist, Texas has a bunch of good ones, then go do that. Don't have too much pride. Don't try to figure this out by yourself, because you need to get some other people involved here and be reassured that, hey, no matter what's going on, the world's not coming to an end, because it can feel like that. If this is all you've ever wanted, if this is all you've ever dreamed of, and it's not going the way you want, and then you just start questioning everything, man, you can feel like you're all alone. And that's where this thing is tricky. And that's why, look, having a head coach and offensive play caller who's been a quarterback, who has seen high profile situations, had talented quarterbacks who've gone on to the league, that's where this comes in handy. Because if he's playing for Nick Saban, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Saban's great at diffusing these types of situations. It never seemed like he had any. His quarterback, Mac Jones, came in third year in the program and put up record numbers in his first time as a starter. But he had, Jalen Waddle. He had 4 NFL players on the offensive line, Najee Harris.
And nobody know Mac Jones' uncles. Nobody know Mac Jones' daddy. Nobody
well, and that's the other thing, Zay. He feels like he's letting down his family.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to wear that.
Yeah.
No one's even thinking about that kind of stuff. There's a whole nother layer to this.
Oh, I could
Like,
tell you about that personally, and I wasn't even close to his situation because everybody thought, oh, CC's son, he's gonna be nice at basketball. I was slow, I could barely touch the rim. Like there were just a lot of things in my bag that I didn't have. And I remember when I would have bad games, my pops would feel it too. He will admit it that, like, damn, I might be putting too much on Zay just because everybody's expecting him to be as good as me. Quote unquote best coach in Austin. Zay's supposed to be the man, high D1 player. I was none of those things. And I felt that. And it was hard. And I had good games, I had good moments, but it didn't take till after high school, till I was an adult, to really realize what I was going through then. So now that he's in it, and again, it's way past what I went through. Like, yeah, that's a thing, man. You do not want to let your family down. You want to be perfect for them and just keep that Manny name like a treasure. So I do feel bad.
It's complicated.
I do, man. I saw those eyes. You saw the pain in them eyes after Saturday's game. Like they were glossy. It looked like he was about to cry, but
Yeah, he's like, I know I'm better than this.
Yeah.
He was having open therapy, which is painful.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not going to sleep well tonight. Yeah, I'm pissed because I know I'm better than this. And it's like, oh God, he doesn't have it figured out. And that's when I was like, okay, this is now we're getting into the inner workings of a mental block, and that's going to take help. That's going to take more than football practice and team meetings and getting up on the whiteboard, and it's going to take releasing that pressure, and it happens. It's the yips in golf. Suddenly you're a great putter, and then all of a sudden you're missing putts, and you're like, well, why am I missing putts? And then you start to question everything about your putting stroke, and you're changing everything, and you're still missing, and you're like, what the hell's going on? And it's happening in real time. And that's like that throw that he missed to DeAndre Moore to open the season. Wide open, 14 yards. Kid probably could have turned upfield and taken it for a touchdown. And Arch is probably like, what the hell was that? But it was nerves, and it was the moment. And then he started questioning what's going on. And he's making the same mistakes. And then he's like, okay, like this is all subconscious, but he's like, I got this throw again. I got to make sure then he starts aiming it, and then it's off. It can spiral quickly. And I know everyone, in the comments is like, man, this is all BS. This is like,
yeah, get over it.
Get over it.
You're missing,
but it's real.
Get over
it's real.
it.
It's real. Yeah. And so that's why Sark's gonna earn every penny, because he's got to help Arch get through this mental block. And just, I don't know if Sark's had that situation with a quarterback, because everyone's like, man, sit him down. Okay, you're gonna have to grow through this. He's gonna have to grow through this on the field, and there's probably gonna have to be a lot of conversation. Maybe they change what they're doing on the sidelines, and if Sark's the only one who can help him, then this thing could get wild.
Yo, Joe, I tried to ignore you the first one because you did make me laugh, but you keep requesting shrooms. I don't think shrooms is the way to go. He doesn't need to be seeing two Parker Livingstons. You know what I'm saying? But I feel you. Anything to get him out of the funk, we're trying to help. Joe K, I feel you. Your mind's in the right place, even though that might not be the best idea. But yeah, man, like there's not many good quarterbacks playing well right now. Like Gunnar Stockton, Joey Aguilar. Well, you want to see elite quarterback play, and even those guys, they had turnovers and they had miscues. But
yeah, Garrett Nussmeier, LSU's offense.
Yeah,
did you see Brian Kelly? Did you see Brian Kelly's?
Yeah, I saw that
reaction.
Yo,
now apparently he and that reporter have had some run-ins, but. That reporter's like, what'd you think of your offense? What? We won the game.
Every time I try to defend him, he does something like this, man. like, you got to be respectful. Steve Sarkeesian could have eaten y'all alive these last 2 days. But no, I thought Sark was quite respectful to y'all. Somebody had a weird question today where they were talking about Dallas Buyers Club or some movies or so. I don't know who that was. We won't have to say it here, but it was a weird question. I've been like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I'm not trying to hear any of that right now, but Sark kept it respectful and stuff. Listen to this fool, Brian Kelly, Saturday night after they questioned his offense, which was trash. They got 5 interceptions out of DJ Lagway. So I feel like this was a very valid question, and this is how Brian Kelly responds.
Brian in the back, I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
Well, and Brian Kelly, that's clearly there's more to that relationship. And the reporter's final thing about, well, why can't you run the ball? That tells you where that reporter is like a drill. And look, they have 4 new starters on their offensive line too. And defenses are going to stunt and twist just like they are to Texas, because that challenges the communication. Ohio State played Texas man up. That was probably a blessing for Texas. Ever since then, these undersized defenses have been twisting and stunting. And when defenses do that, and Sark said it today, there are times where they pulled the guard and there was no one to block.
Yeah.
It's those types of defenses. I remember Oklahoma under Alex Grinch used to do that all the time. That's how they got the 9 sacks against Sam Ehlinger, and 13 tackles for loss in that game. They only lost it 24-17, which is still amazing to me. But, you want to test out an offensive line with 4 new starters and their ability to communicate, run a bunch of twists and stunts and games and see how they pick it up, because especially a bigger, stronger offensive line like Texas, SEC teams aren't going to do that. Maybe they will now until Texas shows they can handle it. But that also leaves you vulnerable. If they hit you in the right gap, it's a big gain. And so, this offensive line is a work in progress. And now you've got Cole Hudson injured. Sark did not say when, we're going to monitor. He said they'd all be questionable this week, which means if you're playing Sam Houston, you're probably not going to play those guys. So, the offense looks bad, and it's not all Arch's fault. The offensive line's getting tested. They're getting, everyone's going to see how their communication is, and it needs work. That's always the case. So, if you have Bijan Robinson, he could sidestep tacklers and make something happen like he did all
last night
through the Vikings game.
Gosh.
It was fantastic. He had a 6-yard run with about 5 different moves in it.
Yo, he's so good. Which
And
now he's saying his name's Bijan Robinson again. This dude, he's trolling now.
he's not. So it's not Bijan. It's Bijan.
I mean, he said in that one NFL Network interview, it's really Bijan. But then now, like when they did the little, Bijan Robinson, Texas, how they do the introductions for Sunday Night Football, he said Bijan Robinson. So I was
He's
like,
trolling.
oh, okay, it was last year. So they haven't had an update this season on that. Okay, that's fair. But even that's his name, though. He's the one saying it. That's what I argue with you, Alan. He's the one saying Bijan Robinson. If he knows that's not it, why is he saying it? Just to make everybody else happy? Because he's that nice of a guy? I don't know, man. I feel like he's trolling right now. But yeah, this offensive line and those three running backs, they all had good runs at different times, but you just don't see those explosive ones right now. You haven't seen that yet. No run past 20 yards all season. That's a little worrisome, especially against UTEP and San Jose State. You should get at least one.
Right.
Man,
A lot of 10-yard carries, but no 20-yarders.
15er, someone's.
I mean, Arch has the 20-yarder for a touchdown against San Jose State. And look, Arch's legs, we knew Arch running the ball was going to be a big component of this offense. I don't know if we know how big. And then it's the same argument that you get with John Mateer. Like, can you run the ball 10, 15, 19 times in a game? That's a lot.
Yeah, he was hot stepping down the sideline against Temple this weekend. He had like a 50, 60-yard run. I'm like, damn, man, that Red River might be rough because them Oklahoma boys, they feeling good right now. Yeah, I liked Arch running. Like I said earlier, I really respected him running the ball, not getting out of bounds, not sliding. You got to show your team some life. You got to show, okay, even though this dude is clearly struggling with his arm, him still being a football player and getting those extra yards for us, you can marvel that a little bit. You don't want to see it very often. You want it to be timely. And Steve Sarkeesian definitely knows that. But overall, in a game like that, at least he has that in his bag where, okay, things are going so wrong through the air. Let's see what we can do with some designed runs just to mix it up a little bit. Because you could tell UTEP, they weren't expecting that at all. So, him having those 2 rushing touchdowns, having those, what do you have, 9 carries, 51 yards, the longest one being the 14. You'll take that in that type of game, even though realistically, it probably won't be kept up.
Yeah, I mean, 9 carries. That's probably what it's going to take. Mateer ran it 19 times against Michigan. Well, then
Sam Pepper played State. Yo, y'all on one today.
Yo, y'all are on fire today. Troy's like, I'm gonna get Chip kicked out of the library.
Yo, big load. You right, dog. You right. They ain't gonna last, but still.
And then Troy's like, so when can we panic? Well, not yet. I mean, you can panic a little, but if it looks this bad coming out of Sam Houston, it'll be 5-alarm panic in Longhorn Nation. I mean, a lot of people are already jumping off the train. They're saddling up for the Texas Bowl. So
Texas Bowl, we're going to Houston. We ain't even going to San Antonio no more.
You said 7-5.
That's true.
7-5 don't get you in the Alamo Bowl.
That's true.
Get you in the Texas Bowl.
That's Texas Bowl. Damn.
I'm just going off of what you're telling me.
Yeah, you're right. Damn, I'm telling you, man. I'm gonna say Vanderbilt. Lenore Sellers stays in that game. It's a different game because I think, as Steve Sarkeesian likes to say, the win out of their sails for the Gamecocks. I think that happened once Lenore Sellers got hit in the dome and was out for the game. You knew South Carolina was done. You didn't think it'd be that bad, but that guy's
31-7.
Yeah, that guy's
in
everything.
in Colombia.
Mm. Yeah, they ain't playing. They look good while doing it. Cedric Alexander, ATX stand up, LBJ stand up. He looks good. You know, they got that Strouder, the tight end. That's really good. Stowers, you know, he could play. They got some guys, man.
Yeah, they got a fast little running back who ran for a long touchdown.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Vanderbilt, they ain't playing.
Look, this is, you know, in Georgia, I think this is so. What'd you think of Georgia against Tennessee?
Man, they scary. They scary. Now their defense, they were struggling with that veer and shoot. Like Joey Aguilar, he was doing his thing, and it seemed like, you know, they were gonna roll. But you know, Georgia, they just keep fighting, keep clawing. You know, they started getting Zachariah Branch involved. He started making some big time plays. That 4th and 6 throw by Gunnar Stockton might have been the best throw I saw all weekend. That wheel route in the end zone, putting on that guy's outside shoulder where only he could catch it. It wasn't like the defense was horrible. Like, it was just good defense, great throw. And 4th and 6, like Gunnar Stockton, he showed me some stuff. And then you got to turn around and get that 2-point conversion that they got. And, you know, homeboy's got to make the kick for the Vols. He smoked that thing, which led it into overtime. But
oh my God, that kid's reaction.
Feel bad for him.
He was like, he looked like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone.
Yeah. And he hit one. He hit one like that distance earlier in the game. That just shows that pressure. That's what we've been talking about in the show with Arch. That pressure, all the moments you made that kick so many times. That's routine. You know what I'm saying? That's muscle memory. And then now the expectations are different. How you gonna handle that? Can you calm your heart rate? Can you calm the nerves, them goosebumps? Can you put them back inside your skin? You know what I'm saying? Can you live in that moment? Homeboy did not. Kirby Smart and them boys left out of there with a dub. And Kirby, you know Kirby, he petty. He was leaving. He was licking his tongue and stuff. I'm like, ugh, Kirby, you a freaky son of a bee. Like, what you sticking your tongue out for? You know how Kirby get after them wins, man. He was on one. Kirby was on one. He did admit that they didn't deserve to win the game, which if you're Josh Heupel, you're crushed, man. You're crushed. You're trying to get that Kirby Smart monkey off your back. All them losses. I don't think he's ever beaten Kirby Smart. And you got him. You got him right where you want him. Just a couple of mistakes. And yeah, Nate Frazier, that huge run in overtime. Like, they're still Georgia. Even if they don't look as buttoned up sometimes, Kirby, they just find ways to win. But yeah, Gunnar Stockton, he don't got many starts under his belt. Like, that was his first true road test. And he delivered. That was very impressive. So, yeah.
Yeah, he completed 74% of his passes.
Yeah.
I mean, that was big time.
And by the way, back to the Brian Kelly statement. Brian Kelly, I'm asking you these questions about your offense because as we've seen in the first 4 weeks of college football, yes, I count week 0 as a week. Clemson ain't that good. Florida ain't that good. So those teams that you've beaten that seem like big-time wins at the moment aren't as big as we thought. So LSU, let's be careful before we make a ruling on them winning a national championship because they struggled last weekend. Whoever the hell they were, Louisiana Tech, I don't know who the hell they played where they put up 23 points. So yes, Brian Kelly, your offense, it deserves to be questioned. And him going off on that report, I don't give a damn if they have history or not. You got to respect folks. I thought that was a valid question.
Yeah.
Clemson isn't good right now. Florida isn't good right now. They lost to South Florida, who got curb stomped multiple times in Miami this past weekend. So, yes, good wins. You're 3-0. You got those wins. Feel good about it. Bring out the gumbo. Bring out the moonshine. And Baton Rouge, you know how them Louisiana country folks be doing. But let's not get over our skis about LSU. They still got to prove something to me. And you and I, we were way off about Clemson. I don't know what's going on there. Cade Klubnik, I have no idea what his deal is. He had a play where he just threw it to a guy. Dude just jumped in the air and just snatched that thing and almost took it to the crib. And then he's fumbling on quarterback design runs, RPO situations, Cade Klubnik keeping that thing. Fumble. Like Cade Klubnik does not look like that future number 1 pick, Heisman Trophy winner that we all thought he could have been. And you think about Archer's situation, like he got way less reps than Cade Klubnik. So what's Cade Klubnik's excuse? And Cade Klubnik doesn't necessarily have to deal with the pressure. He does have pressure being at Clemson and having those championship aspirations, but it ain't what Arch is dealing with. So what's Cade Klubnik's excuse? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of guys right now that aren't playing good football. Like DJ Lagway, another one. Just talking about LSU. All the hype that DJ Lagway got coming in this year. Everybody talking about he going to New York. Everybody said he might be the best quarterback in the SEC. He might be the best quarterback in the nation. 5 interceptions is rough. Like Billy Napier keeping him in the game for 5. That's crazy, man. And maybe it was because they were so close. Even with 5 interceptions, you only lose by 10. But there's just a lot of QBs right now in college football that we expected to be doing big-time things that are struggling their ass off. It's weird, but hey, that's just where we are. And I feel you, Soul Scream, like Haynes King is that dude. That dude, tough as nails. He just be throwing his body around. He don't care. He don't care about his body at all. I like those guys, man. I need the yards. Screw my body. Screw these bruises. I'll get in the tub tomorrow. But I'm going to fight for my team. Hayes King, he's got that moxie in him. I salute Hayes King. Big time win for Georgia Tech.
Yeah, that was big time. I mean, we learned a lot. We learned a lot this weekend. I'll go back to Georgia for a second. That performance by Gunnar Stockton on the road, completing 74% of his passes, and he, threw for over 300 yards. It wasn't like he was just dinking and dunking. 2 touchdown passes, no interceptions. He did have a fumble, but that guy can play, and he can play in a hostile environment. He can play in a shootout. I'm sure he didn't think he'd be in a shootout because Georgia's defense typically is not in a shootout. But when he found himself in one, he handled it. And, Gunnar Stockton, Marcel Reed at Notre Dame, 4th and goal from the 11, and he gets it done. Okay, we know that guy can perform when everything's on the line.
Yeah. Those receivers for A&M, they're dangerous, man.
Yeah, Mario Craver,
Casey Concepcion.
Yep.
You gotta hold the pinky up when you say his last name, Concepcion. Those guys, those guys can play, man.
And they got some running backs.
Yeah.
And their offensive line is probably the strength of their team. So, yeah, A&M's offense, which fortunately for Texas, has to go up against the Texas defense, and the Texas A&M defense gave up a bunch of points. So did the Georgia defense. But, Vanderbilt is scrappy, tough. I don't know, that hit that Lenora Sellers took when he first went out of the game, I was like, okay, he's selling it for the targeting, but then he didn't come back in.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought they were face mask to face mask, but
yeah,
I don't know.
He's pretty injury prone for how big he is.
Right. I mean, he's tough and he's dynamic and he breaks tackles, but listen, I can't question that guy because he's 240 and built like a linebacker.
That's what I'm saying. Why you getting hurt so much though?
Right.
Like how is that happening? Like you're that big, like that shot. I was expecting him to just bounce up after he got hit like that. Like, hey,
Well, and I'll say this about Florida against LSU. Florida's defense was legit in that game.
Yeah.
Like, we knew their defense was going to be good. And they've got, they got some dudes on that D line. That is going to be a real test for this Texas offense.
Yeah.
Because we knew Florida's defense was going to be pretty good this year. And, their quarterback had 5 interceptions.
They were such bad throws, too.
And the score was in the 20s.
Yeah. And one was a pick 6.
Right.
It's just DJ Lagway. What are you looking at, bro? Come on, dude.
And look, when it spirals, it spirals. I mean, Peyton had a 5 interception game. Eli's had, I think, a 4 interception game. Jared Goff had 5 interceptions in one game last year, and he played great yesterday. So when it spirals, it spirals. And it can happen to the best of quarterbacks. The great ones bounce back. And, I guess if you're looking at positives, Arch hasn't, what's he said? 1 interception
a game?
Yeah, he hasn't had multiple interceptions.
Yeah,
right?
He just has 1 a game. He's going to give you 1 a game, which the one that he had against UTEP, I don't know what he was looking at there. He was trying to make a play. It's 4th down. For one, the 3rd down before that wheel route to Ryan Wingo, you got to hit that, baby. You got to hit that. I saw, Chris Collinsworth yesterday, JJ McCarthy, talk about quarterbacks that were bad. How bad was he last night against the Atlanta Falcons? Which you should feel better as a Lions fan, because you remember last week I was giving you a lot of crap about you got to worry about Minnesota now. You don't. That was one of those week 1 fool's gold moments. You good. Your Lions, you'll be fine. JJ McCarthy, y'all will be fine. Y'all just got to worry about Green Bay, which that's a big worry because Green Bay's for real. But Chris Collier said last night, he was like, certain throws are the ones that you just salivate over, these are the throws that are must-haves, that as a quarterback, this is money right here. This should put a huge smile on your face. I got to make those throws. Arch had 2 of them. He had that post route to Parker Livingston on 4th down, incomplete. It hit the dirt. And then he had that wheel route that should have been a touchdown too to Ryan Wingo, incomplete, hit the dirt. So, again, man, just to what we've been talking about this whole time, hopefully he just gets that swagger back. You know what I'm saying? I know somebody on our text line said he needs about 4 or 5 honeys to come help with that. Maybe he needs that. I don't know. I feel like Texas fans will take anything at this point. But those easy throws, moneymaker throws, got to complete them. I think he will against Sam Houston State. I think he'll have a way better game, and hopefully that can be the takeoff to some really good football for the future ahead. SEC play starting up.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I mean, I get the feeling that something got figured out. If it didn't, like we said, there's trouble on the horizon. But and I think you look at this defense. Let's talk about the Texas defense, because you're still not getting the best version of Colin Simmons.
No tackles. I saw CV put that. I thought that was a typo. He really had no tackles on Saturday. Ain't no way, man. How many snaps he have?
He had 30.
No tackles. 30 snaps, no tackles?
Yeah.
You're just running around. That's cardio. You're just running around exercising.
You just running around. That's cardio.
What's he doing?
Let me double check that. I believe it was 30.
Man. Ain't no way.
Hold on. I'm gonna get you the I'll get you the exact.
Cool. Pull that up, man, because my man Colin Simmons, we gotta be better. I get, the ball ain't gonna come your way every time, but sometimes you just
30.
gotta screw it.
Played 30 snaps. Now, he had 2 quarterback pressures. He hit the quarterback once. He had a quarterback hurry, but he did not have a tackle. And look, you're dealing with the exact same thing on both sides of the ball. Colin Simmons, he's got to get used to the fact that teams are playing him different. He's going to have to work harder. And the good news is the attention he's getting paid is allowing guys like Murad Watson to get back there. If you look at the quarterback pressures from that game, the QB pressures, Hero Canoe had 3, Burke had 1, Anthony Hill had 1, Trey Moore had 1, Colin Simmons had 2, LaFau had 1, Zena Umazolo.
Yes, Yumi Ozulu.
No, it's
Umazulu.
No, it's Umazolo. It's Umazolo.
I just call him Zena and Neto.
Yeah, Zena.
Who are we talking about?
Lance Jackson had 1, and Melvin Hills had 1. Melvin Hills played 3 snaps.
Okay,
no, he played 8 snaps. So, yeah, I thought Zena had a good game.
I thought he did too.
He had a sack. And Hero had a sack.
Yeah, what Sark say? Malachi Nelson was getting that ball out 1.8 seconds.
Yeah.
It's tough to get pressures and make an impact when he's getting the ball out of his hands in that quick of a time. That's very difficult. But
yeah, he had some good throws, Malachi Nelson.
No, you could see at moments why he was a 5-star quarterback in his past. That throw to Jelani McDonald, I don't know who that was to. I felt like that was one of those, they're coming after me, let me just get it out of my hand moments. I don't care who it goes to. I just don't want it to be in my hands when ish hits the fan. But still, like, you could tell why he had all that promise coming out of high school.
Yeah, and the fans, we can tell from the comments today. I mean, the fans are on one. When it comes to Texas, people are like, what's going on with Baxter? You breathe on him and he goes down. I will say this, we have not seen the hamstring issues during the season. That's a concern because those injuries can linger. So Torrey Becton and now the training staff, they gotta work some magic because you gotta have something. You gotta, they're being careful with Wisner. I get that. You need Wisner on October 4th. That dude is a warrior. Yeah, they gotta get the offensive line figured out because that's Florida's defense is their strength is their line. So that's going to be a battle, man. And Arch has got to be ready to go back on the road and handle it. Otherwise, Arch is going to be running it 20 times in that game.
Oh, man.
He's going to look like VY. But
I mean, we'll take that. You look like VY. We'll take that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. That's not his game.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, man, Sark's going to earn every penny. And look, they're going to have gadget stuff. They're going to have to run some of the end around stuff, those flip passes, whatever it takes to get the playmakers like DeAndre Moore and Ryan Wingo in space. Although UTEP was sitting on that Ryan Wingo run.
Oh yeah, they gobbled that up.
That was a 2-yard loss. So, yeah, this
Yeah, and then
is
like you're in the red zone, you feel like positive things are happening, and all of a sudden you don't get a clean snap because Arch, he's already handed it off before he catches the ball. So now that sets you back a little bit. It's just things like that, man. Where it's just like, come on. Like you're finally getting some momentum. And then there's DJ Campbell on a hold or something. It's just like, can we catch a break? He's got to come on with it. This is 3 straight weeks where he's made a mistake. He's had a
Yeah.
holding call, Ohio State, San Jose State, and then UTEP. Dude, you're supposed to be that guy with all the experience. You're human. You're going to make mistakes. It happens. Kevin Banks, he had a couple of plays last year that the laundry came out on. But come on, DJ Campbell. Like, you can't be doing that. Like, Brandon Baker, he's already going through his struggles, has some good moments too, but Connor Strode, now Cole Hudson might be out, so Connor Robinson's throwing the mix. I thought Trevor Gooseby was really good. I thought Trevor Gooseby was solid this past weekend. But, yeah, this offensive line, they got to do better. And knowing that, just the experience, they don't have that.
right.
So the communication part, like – yeah, I'm strong and I can move guys, but if my communication's off so much to where we're not touching nobody, like Steve Sarkeesian said, like you pulling and ain't nobody there, what the hell's going on? What are we calling at this point? And Sark, he's holding a lot of stuff in. Like there, you talk about gadget plays and stuff. You hope that maybe with just a completely open playbook for Arch, things will change. But even then, like when you go against UTEP and stuff like that, that shouldn't matter. I saw CB say that UTEP's defense was good. They are. I think I mentioned this before you jumped on, Chip. Scotty Walden, I like him, man.
Yeah.
That dude, he looks like he's going places. He's crazy as hell, like that right type of crazy. Like he's got that like Sean McVay, Dan Campbell type of crazy. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just he loves football. And his players, they play hard as hell for him, even though they know they're facing a superior matchup in Texas. So I really respected UTEP, Scotty Walden, and that team, and hope they have success for the rest of the year, especially for the sake.
You look at. I said after 4 games, we could start to look at where Texas is nationally. And after 3 games, Texas is 12th in the country in run defense, 70.7 yards per game on the ground. And you're looking at who's ahead of Texas in the SEC in run defense. It's LSU and Auburn. So Texas don't got to play LSU and they don't got to play Auburn.
Yeah. Hey, hopefully that run defense is something this weekend because Auburn and that Jackson Arnold Bowl, baby. I can't wait for that. That's going to be a good one right there. So.
And by the way, Georgia is top 20 in run defense. So those dudes are going to be you'll never see them give up 40 like that against Texas.
No.
Kirby gets those guys so pumped to play against Texas.
Yo, it was rocking in Neyland, man. I mean, you expected that, from the Tennessee crowd, but it was loud, boy. Them dudes, they just that Kirby, man. God, I can't stand that SOB. So smug. Just, we should have lost the game. Shut your ass up. You hear how him and Brian Kelly different? Brian Kelly's like, we won. No, I don't want to hear anything negative. Are you kidding me? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. Brian Kelly, shut your ass up, bro. That's why you haven't won anything. That's why you haven't won anything. Well, meanwhile, you got Kirby over here saying, yeah, we should have lost that game properly, but we won. And I'm going to come in with that mindset this week. Like, yo, I get it. Y'all feel good about that win. Y'all can't put yourself in those situations very often because it won't come out the way you want to if y'all play the way y'all did against Tennessee, which I thought they played really good. Just Tennessee, they were ready. Joey Aguilar, give him his credit. Joey Aguilar could play. Joey Aguilar, he got a loose arm. It's strong. He don't care about anybody in his face. All the crazy ass they got for Georgia.
How's Nico Iamaleava feeling right now? His coach just got fired.
Crazy.
At UCLA, and Joey Aguilar looks like a pro prospect. Nico's down there getting crushed every week at UCLA. Coach just got fired.
Yeah.
Whoever's running that team, way to go.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You got to cut off some of your family members sometimes. I know it hurts. I know they've been around you your whole life and they're a big part in raising you and helping you become a man, Nico. But if you got a crazy ignorant ass uncle and ignorant ass daddy, just don't know what the hell they talking about. Screw them. I would have been like, guys, I'm at Tennessee. Like, y'all want me to ask for more money? Let me earn it. I don't know if I've earned it yet. They were asking for all types of paper after getting blown out at the shoe last year. You're making millions already. Let Tennessee, keep them out of it. How about if you are feeling so froggy, y'all go out there and help me get different type of sponsorships. You know what I'm saying? Keep Tennessee froggy. Keep Tennessee out of this. Nah. Family, Uncle Jerome, Uncle Elroy, hitting Daddy Iamaleava. Nah, we all need more money because Grandma need a new pair of shoes. F Grandma's feet. Screw Grandma's feet, Chip. This is a Josh Heupel. I feel like Josh Heupel knows quarterbacks. I feel Josh Heupel knows offense. And now you go to a place where the coach got canned just because you wanted to put some more Skrilla in your pockets that you didn't even do, by the way. Like, I don't think he made much. Like, yeah. Like, I know LA, maybe it's a lot more fun with the nightlife and stuff than it is Knoxville, Tennessee. But is it worth it? You're not there for the nightlife. You're there to play football and kind of get an education. But overall, you're there to play football and then go to the NFL. And now Nico Iamaleava has ruined his career possibly for a really dumb decision that I don't think he made. I think it was because he wanted to make his family happy. And now look at the results. Sad, man. So sad.
So CB's asking, when was the last time a Texas coach went off like Brian Kelly? I can't remember. I mean, Mac Brown had that meltdown after the Iowa State game where he was like,
what year was that?
It was like Tom Herman was the OC at Iowa State. It was 2010.
Okay.
The 5-7 year. And Mac was like, I'm ready. My players and assistant coaches, I don't know what's going on. You only get 12 of these. And that was the worst, probably, meltdown that I can remember by a Texas coach. I mean, Mac intercepted some questions. Like, Chris Sims was getting asked questions after the Red River game. And Mac, like, I'll answer that. But where it just went on and on, it was probably Mac in 2010 after that Iowa State loss. That, by the way, Will Muschamp paid credit to Tom Herman. And when Urban Meyer was looking for an offensive coordinator, he consulted Will Muschamp, and Muschamp told him Tom Herman. And that's how Urban Meyer hired Tom Herman. And Herman won the Broyles Award in 2014, and then, of course, got the Houston job, and the rest is history.
You like
all right, let's get it.
I feel like that's how the part of the interviewing process went. You like strip clubs, Tom?
Oh my God.
All right, screw the X's and O's. We'll talk about that later. You like strip clubs. You like women.
Oh my God.
Yes.
And Zach Smith was piling on even as Herman was getting fired from Florida Atlantic. Zach Smith will never let it go. They were the ones at the strip club together on recruiting.
Yeah, he should have.
trips.
He shouldn't let it go.
Okay. My chip shot is going to be very interesting. It's going to be very Zay-like today.
Ooh, okay. That's what I'm talking about.
It's gonna be very TMZ-like today. But hey, all night happy hour tonight at Cover 3 in Austin. So why not check out Monday Night Football and enjoy some brick chicken and mac and cheese? How about the buffalo chicken sliders, the Parmesan fries, Chop House Burger? Texas Monthly calls it one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. Oh man, there's no better place to be on Monday night than Cover 3 Anderson and Cover 3 Round Rock, because it's all night happy hour. That's right. You're enjoying great food, great service, great drinks, and a great vibe. It's the best place to meet up with your friends and watch your favorite team. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and you know where to go. And hey, our man Tom McKay, audio visual consultations. He's been putting big screen TVs in homes in Austin for 30 years, and restaurants, some of your favorite restaurants too, including Cover 3. And he's ready for you. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there's only one place to go. One number to call, 255-8678. Tom and his crew going to bring everything to you. You're busy. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew handle it. You just call 255-8678 or visit avconsultations.com. And hey, my guys who are snoring, listen, get some relief and let the person next to you get some relief. We had Dr. Chad on, Dr. Chad Denman, who founded the Sleep Cycle Center, who is dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. And we had him on last week. And you're not going to get a better situation than you'll get right now because of our partnership with the Sleep Cycle Center. So you go to sleepcyclecenters.com, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. You're going to get all the information you need about whether you have sleep apnea, the level of sleep apnea that you have, and all the best treatment options, from oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open so I get that oxygen when I'm sleeping, to surgery. And locations in Lakeway and at the Arboretum. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Going to take $100 off that sleep study. You get all the answers and you finally get some sleep, and the person sleeping next to you gets some sleep. Win, win, win. All right, Zay. Speaking of winning, so Elbel and I over the weekend watched this is the chip shot, by the way. Watched the 2-part documentary on Charlie Sheen, and you couldn't stop watching it because he is like telling all. And even the people who hate him are in this documentary, like Heidi Fleiss, who he rolled on, and she ended up going to prison. The madam who, was supplying him with all of his hookers. And
wait, a woman was his pimp, or
yeah, Heidi Fleiss. She was the Hollywood madam. So it was probably before your time, but she was the Hollywood madam to all the stars. And she was never going to give up the people who, she was providing hookers to. But Charlie Sheen paid with a traveler's check one time. So his name was on the document made out to Heidi Fleiss. And that's how he got caught. And then the feds were like, you're going to prison unless you roll on her. And he did. Now, that's just one of the many, 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 many stories involving Charlie Sheen, who should be dead with the way that he was smoking crack, shooting up. But yeah, it's worth the watch. It's worth the watch. I'm just going to say that. It's on Netflix. They just released it. It's in the top 10. Yeah. If you've ever seen 2.5 Men, if you've ever seen Major League, if you've ever seen Platoon, I mean, Charlie Sheen's been in a ton of, I forgot he was in Spin City after Michael J. Fox left because of his Parkinson's disease. Charlie Sheen took over he came in as the guy in the mayor's office and won Golden Globe. Yeah, Wall Street. So, yeah, check it out. It's worth the watch.
Is Emilio in it?
Believe it or not, they're in it, but they do not cooperate. His other brother, Ramon, is in it, but Emilio and his dad, Martin Sheen, did not. I mean,
Martin
Sean
Sheen's still alive?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. God bless his soul.
Sean Penn is in it. Denise Richards. Yeah, his ex-wives are in it. Yeah. So check it out. And John Cryer, who was his, the other star in 2.5 Men, is in it. It's good. It's compelling. And there are some surprises in there. Like, watch all the way through the second episode, or the second episode of the 2-part series. It's an easy watch, but yeah. And then as far as football, this is a huge week, and we never thought we'd be saying that about Sam Houston. So, for obvious reasons, Arch working through this mental block is huge because, I mean, they're going to have another week off, and that can help too, kind of get away from having to play a game, but you want to see the progress happening now. So let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Appreciate your chip shot, my friend. Before the right call, though, got to give a shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. They are the best. A lot of y'all out here just putting too much money into a car that's been done for years now. I get it. It's a car that you love for so long and stuff. It means something. It's a part of the family, but sometimes time to send the car home and get something new, pre-owned or better at Covert B Cave. They're the best in the business. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Ram, Jeep, Dodge, GMC, Buick, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Wifey and I, we love our Covert BK vehicle. Our Buick Encore GX is absolutely amazing, and you could be like us too. So go to their website at covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So your Lions, man, big time bounce back win for your Lions. Got that confidence back. And, there's wins and then there's what y'all did. Y'all were real petty. Y'all were real petty, man. I get it. Y'all lost. Y'all got embarrassed by Green Bay last weekend. It was a tough loss. It wasn't that tough to go out and embarrass Ben Johnson the way that y'all did and run up the score. 52 ball on Ben Johnson. Amon-Ra St. Brown got 3 touchdowns. Like, he's going crazy, but this is what was the icing on the cake. After Caleb Williams threw an interception, your Lions defense thought it was cool to do the fake fall play action that Ben Johnson put in the script or put in the playbook last year.
The stumble bum.
Stumble bum. Y'all, they did that. Check it out. That's messed up. That's messed up. That's unnecessary.
They gonna pay for that later?
I don't know. Maybe not from your Bears, but maybe from someone else. Because Ben Johnson, come on. What is he supposed to do? For one, it's not like the gig's better. I see a lot of people hating on Ben Johnson, saying he shouldn't have taken the job. Chicago, you're basically Xing yourself before you even get the gig from their history, front office, Caleb Williams, etc. I'll tell that person or those folks out there that think that, which is valid. I get it. You don't get many opportunities in the NFL to become a head coach. And you never know when that opportunity is going to come around. A lot of guys try to wait it out, but sometimes those guys that try to wait it out, their time comes and goes because they didn't jump on the opportunity that was in front of them when it was there. And Ben Johnson just did that. I think Caleb Williams could still be really good. He was bad yesterday. He was bad. But Ben Johnson, man, he could turn this whole ship around. Give him some time. But the way y'all did him, y'all trying to get him out of there before he even did anything.
What you mean?
And Campbell,
you love petty.
I know, but
and the Lions were petty.
Not for the homie, though. Ben Johnson should still be the homie. There's one thing to win. There's another to run up the skull and then destitute. Like Dan Campbell could have told the defense, hey, coach, we're working on this. Is this okay? If I'm Dan Campbell, like, all right, guys, I get having fun. This might be a little much. To do the stumble bum, if Caleb Williams was a pick, that's a lot. Ben Johnson, he still means a lot to this franchise, even though he's the enemy now, even though he's the op now. That was cold, man. I laughed.
Hey, how about the fourth? How about the fourth and goal touchdown pass to Amon-Ra?
That's what I'm saying.
He could have kicked a field goal.
That's petty.
Hey, they wanted to show we still got it because they didn't look like they had anything going on offense against the Packers.
Petty. By the way, you weren't here on Friday. Them Packers, are you even more scared than you were before week 1?
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. I told you after week 1 that they're going to be the team this year that rises up and could go all the way. By the way, the Chiefs are 0-2.
Crazy.
But they've played 2 really good teams. So,
yo, shout out to Andrew Makuba, man.
Oh, Andrew Makuba is balling.
You see him? You see him doing this thing, getting sacks,
interceptions.
Yo, he should have had Taylor Swift sign that ball after.
What'd I tell you?
Oh,
I told you he was going to be a nightmare, and I wanted my Lions to draft him. And what happened?
Yeah.
Goes to the freaking Eagles.
Yeah, making plays already. There were a couple of times Pat Mahomes trucked them on one play, which was foul. Like Pat Mahomes scrambling and lowered that shoulder, and Andrew Makuba, he took the punishment of that one. And there was another play where Travis Kelce got him on.
Did he get him down though?
No.
He got
trucked.
He's going to be on Andrew Runs tomorrow on NFL Network.
He might be. I can't even front. It was bad. It was bad where I was like, oh, it made you do one of them scary movie jumps. Like, oh, shit. Like, damn. But, yeah, like, if I'm Andrew Makuba, now, see, this is my petty side coming out here. I'd have Taylor Swift sign that ball after the game. Your first interception, thank Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce, that's in your hands, bro. 2018 Travis Kelce, that's a touchdown. You know, cuffed up. Taylor Swift's fiance, Travis Kelce, a little bit different. He was cussing at his teammates on the bench and stuff. Yeah, you don't see the Kansas City Chiefs 0-2 very often. I know Xavier Worthy, Rashid Rice, your SMU homie, they are not available right now. But even so, like, you don't see the Chiefs starting out 0-2, a Mahomes, Andy Reid-led team very often. But, oh well. What else happened in the NFL? There are a lot of good games yesterday. One of my favorite games was, I don't know if you saw, where the hell is it? Oh, the Colts and the Broncos. Great game. Great game in the afternoon hour. Broncos, guy missed a kick. Broncos thought they won the game. Penalty was thrown. I don't know what it was. Defensive holding something. Colts got to move up. Easier kick. Knocked it down.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a Colts fan now just because I love the owner. Jim Irsay's daughter, Carly Irsay Gordon. Yo, that's my girl. I love that woman. She on the sidelines, Chip. She got the headset on. She got her pen out with the pad. She taking notes. She's as hands-on as any owner is. She said, yo, I'm not gonna ruin what my dad's built here. We're gonna keep this thing rolling. And the Colts somehow, some way, Chiefs 0-2, the Indianapolis Colts land by Daniel Indiana Jones are 2-0. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I thought you were going to say you love that mascot.
Oh, that mascot's kind of creepy, actually.
Because when he missed that first field goal, the mascot like collapsed.
Yeah.
Then he got to kick it again. Yeah, he flips his belly out.
Yeah, too much humping for me. That mascot kind of gives me the creeps. That's not what that's if your kids want to take a picture with that mascot, I'd say maybe, halt on that one. I wouldn't necessarily throw my kids out there to take a picture with the Colts mascot because he got a little freaky in him. I don't know. There's something not right. Just all that humping and stuff, man. That's crazy. It's funny, but that's a crazy move. But yeah. Carly, that's my girl, man. She cool, man. She on that sideline. She pumping her fist. She says, I got the headset on because I want to know what's going on. Like, I want to know what's popping. Like, they're not going to pull a foul. Just because I'm a woman don't mean they're going to pull a fast one on me. Like, I am hands-on. I'm going to show these folks that, hey, we're going to give you all the resources, do whatever we can to make sure the Colts stay successful. But if you ain't doing it the right way, Carly out here taking notes, guys could get cut, coaches could get fired. So, yeah, don't think guys could just slack off and stuff just because Jim Irsay, God rest his soul, is no longer with us. Jim Irsay told his daughter, I'm sure they've had conversations before he passed, talking about, yo, whenever my time on this earth is no longer here, I want you to take over.
Is she cute?
She all right.
I knew it.
Hit it.
If she looked like some pickle, you wouldn't be talking about her.
Hey, don't try to put your boy Zay as a shallow man.
You got a picture of her?
Yeah, I could pull her up.
I mean, if you're going to be going on and on and on, I was going to give a little bit of love to the Cowboys, but you so transfixed on little girl Irsay.
You can still.
Oh, see, here we go.
Yeah, man, come on.
Oh yeah. Now I know why you're talking about her. Uh-huh. Yeah.
What do you mean you know why I talk about her? She does a good job.
Headset on.
Yo, I can't lie.
Look at this. She down there with her headset on.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
You're killing me.
You can't tell me that ain't sexy. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
See? Now we're getting somewhere.
The headset on.
What'd you think about Dak and them Cowboys?
Yo, man, fighting. They were fighting. That fourth quarter was incredible.
Wow.
Dak and Russell. I gotta give Russell his credit too before he threw that horrible interception, because that interception was ridiculous. That was such a bad throw. But that's the groove that Russell felt like he was in before that pick that gave Aubrey that field position to hit that field goal.
What was it, a 41-point fourth quarter?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Nuts, man. It's nuts.
That's crazy.
Malik Neighbors is cold. He was killing Trayvon Diggs. Malik Neighbors was killing Trayvon Diggs. That was rough. But maybe they could just outscore everyone. Dallas.
Russell Wilson, I mean, outside of that terrible interception he threw, 30 of 41, 350 yards. He was throwing deep ball touchdowns.
Yeah.
I think the Giants fans will calm down about Jackson Dart for a minute.
No. Nope.
No.
They gonna remember that. You hear Sal. Sal, y'all gonna calm down? Sal. My man Sal in New York right now. Living good. Eat some gabagoo for me, Sal.
Gabagoo.
Yeah, man. What my man Troy said. We love Troy here. Zay, that last moonball to neighbors was like a night three from Steph at the logo. Everyone knew it was good as soon as it left Russ' hands. No, that was a hell of a pass, man. Like Russ still showed that he's got a little bit, but yeah, great game. You know, NFL right now is popping. College football right now, popping. You know,
All right, how'd you do on your picks?
let's see. Because I don't remember.
You had Tennessee plus 3.5.
Oh my God.
The Volunteers. That's a win.
That's a win. I covered. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
bet.
win.
Okay, bet.
You had Vandy. That's a win.
Sir.
You had LSU minus 7.5. That's a loss.
How's that? Wait, how's that loss? They won by 10.
They did?
Yeah, 20-10. Wasn't that?
20-10?
Yeah, 20-10. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brian Kelly.
3-0?
3-0 week, baby.
You're right. You did. That's a win.
Looking out.
That's a 3-0. Then you had the Jets. You had the Jets plus 6.5.
That ain't work out.
That didn't work out.
That ain't work out.
You had the Lions.
Yeah, I knew that was going to be.
That's a win.
Yeah.
And you had the Falcons plus 3.5.
Let's go.
You went 5-1.
We'll take that. We'll take
We
that.
both lost 6. I had Arkansas plus 7.5. I don't even know what that score was. Let me look. SEC.
You got it. You covered.
Okay, that's a cover.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a cover. That's a win. I had A&M. That's a win. What the hell was I thinking taking the South Florida Bulls? That is terrible.
Yo, man, I told you they were partying all week after that Florida win. They did not even think about Miami. They were probably partying in Miami. Like, they weren't ready to play.
That's terrible. Okay, NFL, I had the Lions. That's a win. I had the Bengals, but they didn't cover today.
What was the line?
It was 3.5.
Yeah, I think
they won by 4. That's a win.
Oh, that's a win. All right.
And then I had the Cowboys, but the Cowboys didn't cover.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
All right. So I went 4-2.
Solid.
My man Zay.
It's a good weekend.
5-1.
Good weekend. After week 1, I needed this.
Yeah, you did.
Week 1 hurt your boy a little bit. I needed this. You know, Joe Burrow, turf toe, out 3 months. Talking about a guy that's injury prone, it's Joe Burrow.
Yeah, but you see the way he went down? He tore the ligaments in his toe because that dude, his toe went.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
So those ligaments are torn from the bottom.
Now, if you're Cincinnati, what's the move? Because Kirk Cousins, do you go after Kurt? Do you go after Jameis Winston?
No.
What do you mean?
What you mean? What's Jameis ever done?
Jameis what? Led the league in touchdowns one year, but interceptions the same year? 30-30? I don't remember that stat, but there are Jameis.
What? You don't like Jake Browning?
I mean, over Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, if you can get Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, let Atlanta keep paying them, but you just bring him in? Yeah, I'll take that. Hell yeah, I'm calling Atlanta right now.
What about Deshaun Watson?
Oh, fam, come on. They don't want them problems. Deshaun ain't even available. He's still hurt.
He's still hurt.
Call Shadur Sanders. now there's things coming out saying Shedeur didn't want to be at Baltimore. He didn't want Baltimore to draft him because he knew he wouldn't play since Lamar's there. Doesn't look good, Shedeur. Doesn't look good for you to try to run the show. You just kind of just take whatever you could get at this point. But
hey, Gunnar Helm, 2 more catches, 9 yards, not much, but was he in the starting lineup? I heard him come out of the tunnel and they announced his name.
He should be in the starting lineup. I don't know who their other tight end is. Like Cam Ward, man, he makes some throws where you're like, that's why you went number 1, huh? There was one throw he made. We was all like completely on the right side and just heaved it in the end zone to the left, and it was money. But
dude, I can't believe how good Stafford is still.
It's so good.
Devontae Adams is getting off in that offense.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring in the fellas. Let's open up the gym. Patrick and Matt, what's up, fellas?
What's going on, you guys?
How we doing?
Doing good. Monday afternoon. A little freak out in the fan base is nothing like it early in the season.
Yeah, isn't it nice? Doesn't it make things feel normal around here?
It makes things feel a little normal. I've been getting deal with a few phone calls and texts myself, so yeah. I'm aware of it. But yeah, it's we'll try and calm it down or stoke the flames, whatever the hell happens today.
Wouldn't be Texas football without a little quarterback hate. So
right
there you go. That's the number one thing where my buddy goes, I can't believe they boo Arch, and I go, they ain't booing Arch, they're booing Sark, because people are not blaming Arch yet. I think they think Arch sucks, but it's Sark's fault that Arch sucks. Sure. I think there is a lineage or line here that they hate Sark more than they hate Arch, but all of it is somewhat.
Your algorithm must be different than mine, Patrick, because, man.
The amount of people who still have asked me, it's like, well, clearly he's hurt. And you're like, he's not hurt. He's just not good. There's a difference. He can get much better. It's not done yet. Wouldn't finish writing that story.
24 points per game. All right, fellas.
Appreciate y'all.
See you tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered with myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Of course, the text line's open, 512-222-9328, and you can join us in the chat as well on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. What is up, CB, as we get into it on a Monday afternoon? I hope you had a good weekend. Other than, you didn't get an 11 a.m. game. You got a 7 p.m. game next week. So, you got to throw off your whole schedule, Matt.
I'm not looking forward to that one. But hey, you know what? As long as Texas comes out and scores some points and looks good doing it, I think I'll be okay with it. Just so it'll quiet down the temperature even just a little bit.
Yeah. No, it's a little hot right now. It's a little hotter than I wanted in the temperature for Texas football. It's not. It's a place of where maybe some expectations are changing a little bit for Texas. And you don't get a home game again until November, so fans will make whatever their voice be heard on Saturday, because it's going to be a while until they see again, and then when they see again, we will see which fan base shows up, because it's going to depend on what you do on the road in between those. That's going to make the fan base either be more livid and calling for heads, saying everything else was a fluke, it's time to burn the ship down to the ground and start over, or just maybe like, okay, all right, we're feeling a little bit better. I'm feeling a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, there is not a fan base that turns on you faster than the Texas Longhorns.
I think a lot of fan bases do. I will say there's plenty. Maybe no one does it faster, but several do it fast. We have seen people go. The Arch one is just amazing, because for 2 years he has been asked to come in and save the Longhorns, and now it's like that it took 3 weeks to get that completely gone.
We talked about this during the off season too. It's like,
yeah,
if Arch doesn't come out and set the world on fire, and he struggles a little bit in his first couple games. It's going to be fine. Relax. You don't need to start booing him. You don't need to start. But we assumed that people would start calling for backups and benchings and booing the second there was a sign of trouble, and that's exactly what we've started to see so far.
Yeah, we have started to see it. It is a little bit, I think but yeah, I've also the call now is also, it's not Trey Owens, it's not Matt Caldwell, it's KJ Lacey. That is the number one name I have heard. Or as most of the people that have texted me or called me, is time to put in the freshman. Like, if you don't know his name, you can't say that. That is not gonna take. Not gonna be the take. If you don't remember what his name is, we're not gonna go for it. And look, Chan on the text line says, don't get me wrong, I'm still rooting for him, but I'm very concerned. And I get it.
Okay.
I get it. I mean, there's lots of room for concern. Tons.
There's plenty of reason to be concerned. What I caution happening is taking that concern into vitriol.
Yes.
There's always a transitioning point when you change starting quarterbacks, especially when you go to a young one who doesn't have a lot of experience. There's learning that needs to be done on both sides. It's rarely ever smooth. So I would advise everyone to pump the brakes on the hate and the calling of names and the he sucks narrative, and just let things unfold. If he's still this bad on November 22nd when Texas A&M's coming to town, or what is that, November 28th or 29th, whatever, it went the last game of the regular season when Texas A&M comes to town, I will understand if everybody's off the arch train. But for right now, we're still on the training wheels, and we're still learning how to ride the bike.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much what it is. And I think there's points of it where it is Sark maybe looking at this team right now and going, all right, well, is this a 2-year project, or are we going to get it turned around by the time? Or is this a project? And every injury feels like it's another shot to this not being, like I can put it this way to you guys. My championship or bust is that's gone. That is long gone now for me. I'd like this team to turn around. I'm hoping they can still be a playoff team, but the expectations are insanely lower now because I just don't feel confident that this offense is going to be at a level it needs to be in the amount of time it needs to be at. And so I think you could still say you can salvage and still beat a Florida. You can still beat an Oklahoma. You can beat some of these teams. I think Georgia, I mean, if they look like they did, but it feels like Kirby Smart plays Sark really well. And I'm not sold on that one being a win for Texas, and that's 2 losses. And if you say that's 2, then I think you're still a possibility of you rolling into the playoffs with 2 losses. Both Ohio State and Georgia, maybe get that third, and you're kind of on that back end of the picture. I think that's very reasonable to believe could be true as well. I'm still not fully on I've seen some people jumping to the 5 and 7 that they don't win an SEC game basically, or they only win the give me SECs of Mississippi State and Kentucky. And that's kind of your 5 wins are the 3. And then every other SEC game you lose. I don't think that's going to be the case either. Cause again, you do have a really, really good defense. So I think there's ways you can make it work in between. And again, I am still fully on board that I think Arch will be better down the road. And here's the biggest reason. He has played 6 halves, and in almost none of those halves, the problems have been the same. They have been like 6 distinctly
Very
unique
good observation.
halves of different problems. And so while that's concerning in itself, very concerning that there's problems in 6 different quarters, maybe last week's second half is probably your best quarter you've seen. But, I think if you see 6 different pieces in there, then you go, okay, it's not like one thing's wrong with him. It's not like you can just fix it overnight. And it's not like he's just bad. It's like he was the most inaccurate I've seen Arch Manning or pretty much any Texas quarterback be for the last 2 decades in that first half. And if we're saying, okay, he wasn't like he was missing throws earlier, now he was inaccurate. Those are 2 different things. And so those make me feel like that part of me believes that it is fixable because he isn't doing the same things bad over and over again, but they're all bad. And you just have to figure, you're just like constantly trying to fix the next thing. And it feels almost mostly mental. And him just not being able to deal with starting with Ohio State, the game being way too fast for him in Ohio State. And since that point, he hasn't settled down. And that's kind of the worry. Well, once we get back to Florida and it speeds back up a little bit, is there a shot of you figuring this out?
I like the way you put that, Patrick, because Sark said himself with a straight face to the media that he believes everything that is going wrong with Arch right now is mental. He also, and we're going to get into audio, but he also said that, he still thinks there's a lot of good football in front of Arch. He thinks that, there's a lot that he needs to improve on, but he's still very confident that Arch can be the quarterback that leads this program to a good spot. And I believe that too. A lot of what I saw wrong, and we've got a bit of a breakdown coming later as well. But a lot of what I saw that went wrong was not play calling. It was Arch not seeing what was there.
Yeah.
And that is a problem that they're going to have to address, but it's something that I think Arch is fully capable of recognizing. And I'm not concerned about that. I understand the frustration. I understand the doubts and the concerns and all those things. But every single team that has ever been good has a little bit of a down period in which, when they have a bunch of new personnel starting on offense, that it takes time to gel and it takes time for the quarterback to get ingrained and comfortable and in a rhythm. It's not a new thing. It's just hyper fixated and hyper sensationalized because it's Arch Manning.
Yeah.
And everybody thought he was going to come in and throw for 5,000 yards and 55 touchdowns and 0 interceptions and run for 1,000 yards and 20 more touchdowns and lead Texas to an undefeated national championship. And Hair the Dog, I don't think he's seeing ghosts. I do think the offensive line has been a problem. I think that he's pressing really, really hard.
Yeah.
And that is his biggest issue.
Yeah.
And if he can just learn to kind of relax a little bit and just play like he knows how to play the game, then I think things are going to fall into line. He just needs to get to that point.
Yeah, and CB, you're right too, because that's the biggest point in all of this. We saw him be a good quarterback last year, and maybe a little inexperienced, but we saw him be a good quarterback last year. So to see him struggle in games that were the same as the ones he was good in last year, you just go, something's not right. Something is not right mentally for this kid right now. And it's just going to be a little bit too hard. It's just hard for him to get through it. I think like the Ryan Wingo thing is a perfect example of him feeling like he's letting somebody down. And how that pressure mounts on you, that it's not about the fans or the expectations or anything else even at that point. He could even try and deal with all those, which are their own issues, and then say, Ryan Wingo's trying to go get, trying to be in the running for awards. Like, this guy should be our number one receiver and killing it, and I can't hit him. Like, we're just not connected. And every time he goes, all right, I see him. I'm going to hit him. And he puts the ball off there and just completely misses him. And we saw it so many times. So him maybe connecting at the end of the game yesterday or Saturday, maybe that's a positive. Maybe now he can calm down on the Ryan Wingo and take one of those monkeys off of his back and start to go to the next one and the next one. But I think you're seeing this, alongside all of that, trying to be a leader for a team. And, there's a difference of somebody who's, coming up to be a leader and maybe has to fight for it a little bit more, where Quinn Ewers had a lot given to him, and then a lot of people had their doubts. And then there was this weird leadership thing where the teammate kept having his back and he had theirs. And then it feels like Arch tried to shoulder a lot of this onto himself over the offseason. A lot of other young leaders. The offensive line doesn't really have the leaders either. And it feels like maybe there wasn't enough people in that locker room that were the veterans to help on. You saw Michael Taft was today with Arch Manning and his media availability. Like they went out there together. And this is Michael Taft trying to say, I am one of these senior leaders on this team. Let me try and help out some of these guys who are 2-3 years in, and I'm 4 or 5 in. Let me be able to help you out a little bit more, because I was here when we had some other people, and I get you were there. You had your own problems and your own stuff where people are begging you to come in, and your weird leadership role is saying stick with Quinn. Like, it's just a weird world that he has come from, not to mention growing up a Manning and the expectations being there from birth that he's supposed to be the next big thing. All of that, it just seems like he gets in and the pressure of the world is on his shoulders. And it's leading to him making bad decisions, bad passes, not making the reads the way he's supposed to make them, that he knows how to make them, that he is looking for guys because of their name and not because of the play. I need to get Ryan Wingo the ball, so let me look at him first. All right, well, now you're 2 seconds in, and Ryan Wingo's been covered the whole time. You should have been able to say, all right, coverage lines up. They're going to double him. Don't even look at Ryan Wingo. Let's look at him and let's go everywhere else. But you're looking at him because you want to make that pass. Or you're looking and you go, okay, I've got a connection with Livingstone, so let me wait and let me find him. And then he gets covered. And now you wait too long on that throw, and now you got to start running around. And, you know, it just everything that goes into that, it feels like there's I like it's where the problem arises of where the line is of Sark's play calling versus Arch. And when is Sark going to have to say, I have to basically dumb this down because Arch Manning is not going to be good enough in 2 weeks to play Florida. So we really have to dumb down our offense. And I look, I have to take championship or bust completely out of the script. And I have to take out Arch Manning being a top quarterback out of the script. And maybe next year he'll be that guy, but right now he's not. And I think that's kind of the question you're looking at going through this week was, you expected a progression after Arch looked good in the second half. I think he expected to see more progression, and he saw a regression instead of progression. And then in the second half, the first play he calls is him running. And to me, that felt like somewhat of a, I'm going to get Arch started by running, but also maybe a little bit of Sark just being like, all right, well, at least do something, right? Like, just, I mean, do something. Like, if this is what we got to do until you figure it out, that's fine. But we can't, Texas cannot continue to hope that Arch just magically figures it out at this point.
No, you can't. And it's a very difficult thing to navigate for any head coach who gets put into a situation like this because, you know, Mac Brown talked about the reason that he played Vince Young so much and Colt McCoy so much late in games because he wanted them to win a Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
And that's not what, obviously that's not what Sark is doing here, but I think that there's sort of a grain of thought in there where Sark is like, this guy has so much potential and so many expectations. I want him to be able to live up to that. So I'm going to try and call this offense in a way that is going to benefit that for him. Not necessarily to the detriment of the game overall, but he wants Arch to be everything that he's billed as being for Arch's confidence sake more than anything else. So the fact that hasn't worked out so far, Sark is now facing a situation where he's like, okay, we need to reel things back in a little bit, get him and get his confidence level back, dumb down the offense a little bit, get his confidence back, and introduce a little bit more of a running game for him, make things a lot easier for him. And it's in my opinion, what that should look like is very similar to what Marcel Reed was for Texas A&M last year, where it's very heavily RPO based and you make one read. And if that one read's not there, then you either hand the ball off or you run it yourself.
Yeah.
I think that's the only way that you can kind of get him comfortable and get him confident again. And not make everything so complicated, like, oh, we're going to do a deep scissor route over here, and you're going to have a guy coming on a drag this way, and then this guy's on an option route. And then if none of those four things are there, then you can dump it off to the running back. It just needs to be a lot simpler.
Yeah, and it's you have to keep him on schedule.
Yes.
You have to keep him on schedule. And I mean, this was a problem Quinn had too at times during his career, that he would get off schedule and Sark would simplify it to make him be on schedule. The difference with Arch is he can run. And Quinn, it was like, if you don't have it, throw the ball away or, take this check down. And for Arch, you go, maybe you can take some of those runs, so it adds a little bit more into it. But it is, you can't keep trying to hit these big plays, because that's like, if you just look at stats and you want to take out the 10 incompletions in a row, which is not a good number to have. And when I'm watching Alabama earlier in the day and they're like, Ty Simpson setting the record for most, like, come on, man. Don't rub that one in on us. But I think when you put it all together and you go, the longest play in that game for Texas was 23 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Those things, when you go, there was not an explosive play. You couldn't make an explosive play on a team that allows explosive plays because they play so much in behind the line of scrimmage and because they attack the quarterback and attack the run game so much. You should be able to make those explosive plays. Texas couldn't get any of those going the entire game. And that is because you're not playing your game now. Now you're trying to figure something else out. And I think that's the question for Sark now. And the big question, what we're watching going into Sam Houston is this Arch's last attempt to be that? And then Florida, you pull out a new offense and you say, screw it, let's in Florida simplify it and hopefully they don't notice. Or do you try and do that and see if Arch can get it going? And then maybe you can start adding stuff back in, because again, I know you get a bye week, but the bye week means nothing. Clearly he's not this bad in practice. If he was this bad in practice, I think if he's this bad in practice, it feels like the warning signs would have been out way before this. The scrimmages and everybody else, when they went, he didn't have a good scrimmage. They go, oh, no, Arch Manning's not an FBS quarterback. Like, he's not even a group of 5 quarterback. That's how bad he played at points during this game. He was it was really, really bad. And then the second half, he was a manageable quarterback. But he still made too many mistakes. And so when we go through that, where does Sark go after having just understanding? And you pulled the clips. We'll show it here in a little bit. The plays are there. It's not like the execution of everything else isn't there. Mm-hmm. It's the offensive line could be better. Yes, 100%. But that's not a big enough excuse.
Well, I think that the offensive line is kind of Jekyll and Hyde right now.
Yeah.
And before we pull up those clips, give me a heads up because I got to go run and grab my notebook.
Yeah, we're good.
The offensive line is kind of Jekyll and Hyde right now because I think that they're holding up extremely well in pass protection. They're not allowing a ton of pressure, and when they do, Arch is able to get away from it fairly easily. So that part hasn't been the big issue for the offensive line has been in the running game. I went back and watched the All-22, and that's what the clips are from that we're going to show. But I mean, those guys seems like they have no communication on the offensive line. And I'm not an offensive line expert. I never played any of the positions. I was never a coach. But when you watch those guys, there are so many people who are running free at these running backs.
Yeah.
Or on the reverses to Ryan Wingo, or on the zone read plays by Arch, and it's almost baffling to me. And Cole Hudson, I thought was not good at all in that game. I thought that the guards were both terrible in that game, and that's a major issue more so than the pass protection. I mean, DJ Campbell is supposed to be your best offensive lineman. He's been there for 5 years. And he's making penalties that are unnecessary. He's letting guys through in the running game. And whatever we saw against Ohio State in the run game with the offensive line has disappeared over the last 2 weeks. I have no idea where it's gone. And it's really troubling.
Yeah. No, and I think that there is this point of it. This is a problem we talked about at the beginning of the season, and we were hoping that Sark was going to be ready to deal with it. But being a front runner, and it does not feel like Texas was ready to be a front runner, at least not the young players. Maybe the defense was ready to be a front runner. Maybe that defense has a little bit more because they have more veteran leadership in Anthony Hill and a Michael Taft on that defense. I think there just isn't the leadership on that offense. And when you talk about DJ Campbell supposed to be the guy, he's clearly not. This is like we talked about the Houston Texans last year. Laramie Tunsil, you're paying all this money to be the left tackle and lead your offensive line, and it just wasn't happening. And so I think you're kind of looking at this Texas offensive line and go, well, there's no leaders on the offensive line. Ryan Wingo is a sophomore. Is it DeAndre Moore? And then the fact that he's not on the field is killing you? That the DeAndre Moore injury is worse than that injury is more effective, but he's a wide receiver. It's hard for him to be making those calls and doing anything from the wide receiver position. Trey Wisner being out. I think Trey Wisner is a leader that's not being there hurts them at a point. I think that those guys not being there, there's just no leadership on the field for this offense, and it's supposed to be Arch, but Arch has a lot going on, and you can't add in, you got to cover for 7 other guys now too, because he can't cover for one. I mean, that one's a big one. It's a quarterback, but like at this point, you just go, you kind of need some help from some other guys coming back, because it doesn't feel like the offensive line is having the leadership they need to have on it. Cole Hudson going down, even though he was bad, he's probably played more than a lot of other guys. So he's now, questionable for next week, and who knows how long that injury is. It's that worries you a lot more going into the SEC and play with the trenches. You played well week 1, but now it feels like there's much more of a blueprint of how to get past you.
I think that the injuries to DeAndre Moore and Trey Wisner are important. Specifically, Trey Wisner, I think, is a little bit more important in the sense that he can figure out a way to get around some of this stuff that the offensive line is having issues with better, I think, than a Christian Clark or a Jarrett Gibson or a James Simon.
Yeah.
James Simon played really well, by the way. I was really impressed with him.
He did.
But the DeAndre Moore thing, like, obviously, it would be better if he was on the field. I don't think that there's any question about that whatsoever. But there was so many open receivers for Arch to get the football to. I think I pulled 20 clips. 2 of them are run plays. The rest of them are incompletions or passes. The rest of them were pass attempts, the majority of which were incompletions. Every single one of those, there's somebody open for a positive gain that Arch just misses.
Yeah.
And I don't think that DeAndre Moore necessarily fixes that, except for the idea to say, maybe if DeAndre Moore is on the field instead of Dalen McCutcheon, he looks for DeAndre Moore.
No, and I think DeAndre Moore helps you more of, if he's in the game, he's able to walk over to Arch and talk to him on the sideline differently than he can walk over and talk to him on the sideline when he's in street clothes. I think that that's a different conversation. When you walk out and he goes, hey, when we're coming across, they're bumping us right here, but I'm getting free right after. So look at, this, give it this 1 second, or, change your timing a little bit because they're trying to bump us a lot more. Those types of just little things that maybe you could say on the field. Maybe that's where DeAndre Moore helps him out with timing a little bit more in the receiving game. But it just overall being able to have leadership on that offensive side of the ball, it just feels like when things go badly, Sark spoke about this earlier in the season. He's like, we're not getting the consistency we need. And it feels like this offense, when things go well, that's when they were on the roll last week. They were on that roll. Things are going good. Okay, everybody. When things start to go bad, then it's everybody looking at each other and looking down and not, man, we're better than them. Yeah, you missed a pass. Who cares? Go throw another one. Oh, you hit it. 76 yards, touchdown. No problem. We're better than them. And it doesn't feel like that's happening. It feels like they get past and the offensive line lets a guy through, and the offensive line goes, man, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. And you go, I don't care if you saw it or not. It needs to be fixed. Like, pick it up. You're better. Put a hand on him. Why are you not? Why is there not even a hand on him? We talked about yesterday or last week about put 2 hands on guys. There was guys not getting a hand on him. Not one. You didn't even stick a hand and just try and knock him off the path. Give Arch another second or give a running back another second. You didn't even do that. So there's too much of that. Sark spoke to the media today. He was asked about the leadership with all of the players out right now. Here's what Sark had to say about the leadership on the field.
Well, I think leadership always starts with us as coaches. naturally. And we've got guys who now are 3 games into their career. And so I think Trevor Goosby's a great leader. I think Arch is a great leader. Naturally, I think Parker is a fantastic leader. Ryan Wingo, so we've got plenty of people there. I think more importantly is as other players seizing the opportunities if those guys can't go, and I thought for James Simon, I think, what do you have, 17 carries Saturday? And I don't think he woke up Saturday morning thinking I was going to get 17 carries today. And so now that's the understanding of you don't know when your number's called and seizing your opportunities when it presents itself. Well, how do you seize that opportunity? You practice really well on Monday. You prepare really well all week. You practice well all week, and you put yourself in position that if it's 6 reps, if it's 10, if it's 20, if it's 30, you're prepared for the moment. And so we'll see what we look like health-wise by Saturday, but we're gonna try to prep all our guys to be ready to go come Saturday night, 7:00.
So there's Sark kind of dancing around the question and, a little coach speak there. But the part that got me that worried me a little bit more, I don't even want to say worried, but is the part where, you have to change your expectations a little bit more, is if you remember last year, we kept hearing this is a team that leads itself. They don't need the coaches to lead them. This is a team that leads themselves. It's a team of veterans who lead the team on the field, and they're responsible for it. And we heard that 2 years ago somewhat. And that does not seem to be the case this year. And when the response is, as coaches, we have to do it first, go, okay, it's a very young team. It's a younger team than they thought they had. This is a team that probably went in the transfer portal less than they had in the last couple of years. And you're kind of adjusting to that as coaches as well, that, you win the transfer portal and pick guys up that were leaders. And now one of the guys who maybe does that is Jack Endries, who comes in later, or an Emmett Mosley that you thought maybe could be a leader guy coming in. He's injured. So you take some guys you transferred in and maybe they're not really there. You go with offensive linemen who haven't really played yet. Trey Wisner, we know, is a good leader. He played in one game. Looked pretty decent in that one, but he played in one game and he's been out. So when you're just saying you're kind of lacking of those things, it just feels like the coaching staff is having to adapt to, in a world with the transfer portal, you got a little, you get a little bit more reliant on that side of it. And now you're going, oh, that's right, we don't have those things. We do have a really young team. And in practice, they seem great. But in pressure moments, they are still 21-year-old kids. And they're not 22, 23-year-old kids who have maybe been in pressure moments for a couple of years now and are a little bit more used to it.
Yeah, this team is different than, I think, outside of the 2021 team that was just a disaster. Once they got a lead in a game, they didn't know how to hold it. Yeah. Everybody remembers that. But every Texas team after that has been different in a sense that there has been superstar or star leaders that could take control of the narrative inside the locker room and put the guys on a better path to success. Bijan Robinson was one of those guys. Quinn Ewers obviously was one of those guys. Michael Taff is one of those guys.
Yeah.
But
I think Anthony Hill's one of those guys.
Anthony Hill's one of those guys, but you need one of those guys on offense too. Mm-hmm. It can't just, and the defense is playing out of its mind. The defense has been so good. And outside of that late touchdown that UTEP got in garbage time, like you're looking at a team who's given up 24 points in 3 games. If my live math on air is correct.
Yeah.
So the offense just hasn't had that guy to kind of settle things down. And quite frankly, the last couple of years, there's been multiple guys on the offensive side of the ball as well that have been able to do that. Right now, it just doesn't seem like, that's been happening. And the coaches are having to adjust to it really for the first time in 3 years, and that's going to be a difficult task. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily going to be something that ends up being the result of why Texas fails this year, but it's an adjustment for the coaching staff, and it's going to be difficult. Some of these guys need to recognize it, I think, and take a step forward, like DeAndre Moore and Trey Wisner. And I think that once Arch gets his confidence back, he'll be able to do it. It's just right now he's focused so much on being hard on himself that it feels like and this is just, I'm not in the locker room. I don't know that this is happening 100%,
Yeah.
but it feels like to me that he's being so hard on himself that he's letting that get in the way of him being a leader for the rest of the team. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but that just seems like it could be a possibility.
Well, yeah, and it's different when he comes over and tries to tell you something or do whatever else, and there's a part of your brain, no matter what, that's going to go, yeah, you fix you first, bro, before you come over and tell me that I'm missing a block. Through 10 straight incompletions, you want to tell me I suck at my job? Like, there's a part of you, even if that's your friend or anything else, you're going to be your natural reaction to when somebody, if you're at work and I'm at work and somebody comes in and tells me that I'm not doing my job right and they just cost the company $10,000, be like, hey, aren't you also a problem? Don't look at me like that. Don't talk to me like that. And so I think when Arch can figure it out, then he can be a better leader. Then he can be the guy to come lift you up. But he's down now too. And even though he wants to pretend, and I think there's another thing with Arch that we found. Arch being around Manning's and being around this his whole life has put up a really good self-defense mechanism of kind of being clever and funny and all of that. And that's really nice. But that's also somewhat of a shield to just be like, oh, I can't say anything else. You see him in that post game yesterday. After the game, he did not look like the same confident kid. Now, he's still kind of putting up the front, but he looked like somebody really, really feels bad. And so you look at all that, there is a point of it where his attitude of being really, kind of positive and fun and everything else isn't necessarily always the right tone when things are going poorly. And so when you're trying to lead in the locker room, and that's great when you're winning games. And if you win, beat Ohio State, you win the next two games, 45 to nothing. Then you come out and you go, hey man, we're feeling good. Then you can joke around the locker room. I don't feel like that's the mood right now. I think the mood right now is we were supposed to be the number one team in the country, and every single week we've dropped. Like every single week, there's less confidence in us. And that's not good. And you can try and shove it all the way back in there, but being Arch Manning may not have that shift of gears quite yet, being a young man. So there's just a lot that he's going to have to keep figuring out as it goes. But it's like that part of it too. You want to take off his shoulders a little bit, and you want to have Trey Wisner and DeAndre Moore and some of these other guys maybe step up a little bit more in that absence and say, we'll handle leadership, Arch. You just figure out throwing the football. Because once you figure that out, everything else is going to fall into place way easier. There's still going to be problems. There's still going to be worries, but the other things will fall in. Sark spoke about Arch pushing maybe a little bit too much and trying to make it solve all the world's problems in one throw. Here's what Sark had to say about that today.
Yeah, I feel good about the process that we're in right now. I thought Arch had a great practice this morning. I think so many times what happens is you could start looking at yourself, beating yourself up, focusing on yourself. Well, it's already hard enough. The other team's already trying to beat you up. The other team's already trying to knock you down. So let's not self-inflict wounds onto ourselves. Let's take some of that frustration and anger out on them. Right. Let's kind of go after them rather than go after ourselves and shift some of the focus, shift some of the anger, shift some of that frustration over there. And I think that he did that today. I thought he did a great job and came out with a great kind of focus and energy about him. That is what I'm accustomed to. And so I anticipate he's going to right this ship quickly. And that's a credit to the players and coaches around him and helping him do that.
So there's Sark again being positive, trying to say this is something that is going to end up working out in the long run. He's got enough to worry about, so maybe just slow it all down a little bit more. But it's like you can't avoid it. And I know Sark really doesn't like going too far into these things. He appreciates having different conversations, not as much as Brian Kelly. We'll put that at meathead of the day, but we know Sark doesn't necessarily want to go there, but he at least knows he's like, I have to that first half was arguably the worst half of football I've seen a quarterback play at Texas. It was horrendously bad.
Yeah, it was horrendously bad, but it's just like anything else, I think that it's a learning experience. So I think he's going to get through it just fine. It's just going to take him a little bit of time, and things need to slow down for him. I'm not even talking about of course things need to slow down for him in terms of the speed of the game, but I think things also need to slow down with him with the expectations of himself.
Yeah.
He came into this season, as much as he says he doesn't look at social media and he doesn't listen to the radio and he doesn't watch things on TV about himself, it's 2025. It's impossible to avoid that stuff. No matter how much you want to avoid something, you're going to see it on social media. You're going to see it on TV. And I think that he felt the pressure. He's been feeling the pressure of that since he arrived on campus at Texas.
Yeah.
And now that he's the starting quarterback, those things have been amplified by, it's been turned up to 11. And he's having a hard time balancing it right now. And you talked about it a little bit ago. He hyperfixates so much on making big plays that he doesn't take the easy things in front of him, which is a complete inverse of what we saw with Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers would see something big and be like, I'm just going to dump it off.
Yeah.
And that, so it's a complete role reversal. And I think that he needs to figure out a way to get to the happy medium. And that's only going to come with time and more reps and more experience.
Yeah, and I agree. And it is funny when it's like, I avoid all that stuff. Oh, you avoid it while you're filming your fourth commercial this offseason? That's not avoiding it. Like, if you're filming commercials, if you have an agent who's constantly calling you and going, Warby Parker, hey, DoorDash wants you now. Or Uber Eats is offering this much and DoorDash is offering this much. Like, you can't ignore that you are in demand. And like, that's just part of it. When you walk around campus and people want to take pictures or sign an autograph, probably less now than before, then like that, like you have to, there's no way you can fully avoid it. And by the way, I'm not mad about the commercials. Go do that, make your money. But that does mean you understand what the hype is. So you do see it and you know what it is. And, I know you're not watching what we're doing, but you're fully aware that in your own head, without even looking, that the fact that you are a Heisman front runner, you're imagining it being probably 10 times worse than it is. You're like, man, if I open up Twitter today, they're probably saying that Arch Manning should be struck out and hung in front in the 50-yard line of DKR. It's like, it's not that bad, Arch, but it's also not good. So, there's a certain amount of it where maybe you look at it and just go, oh yeah, no, I was really bad, but they also understand that I'm 21 years old. A lot of them, some of them not so much.
Well, that's the thing is I think that he kind of doesn't. One of the things that he probably doesn't understand, to your point, is that the vocal minority on social media is just that. It's the outrageous people on social media who need so much for their opinions to be felt that it dominates the landscape of social media. Whereas, like, I think that if you asked 85 to 90% of Texas fans, they'd probably say, yeah, he's a kid and he's learning. And like, I wish he was better, but I still think he's going to be good.
Yeah. No. And
those are the people I wish he could hear.
No. And that's the case. You're going to hear that. And it's also, if you go on YouTube and there's going to be a video, the thumbnail will be Arch Manning, biggest bust in college football history, ? And then the conversation won't be that. But the headline will be, so someone clicks on it and it gets a click. So if you're not even really watching it, you're just seeing clips of it. You're like, oh my God, it's going to be terrible. But Sark also, in the positive light of it all, spoke about, if you want to look at it and say, the sun will come out tomorrow, then Sark spoke about the positivity of going through struggles now and trying to figure it out. Here's Sark with the positive take of the day.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think some of this is really good. Here's a guy who's had an awesome life. You know, he's you know, the way he's grown up, where he played, the school he went to, the people he's been surrounded by. But I think you learn a lot about yourself through adversity and overcoming adversity and getting on the other side of adversity. And so to have some of this adversity that he has right now, and when he gets on the other side of it, I think all of this is going to serve not only well for him, but well for us as a team. And so love the challenge for him, love the challenge for us. And, you know, he's a strong-minded guy. He's got great work ethic, great poise, great composure. He's an awesome teammate. And so I love the end of the movie for him when he gets on the other side of this. So looking forward to it.
There's Sark. I love the end of the movie for him when he gets to the other side of it. There is a way to look at this with a positive view set and say, I'm really glad this didn't happen at Florida. Because if this starts at Florida and like he's okay against Ohio State, first 4 weeks looks like Arch Manning we saw before, and then he plays Florida and he throws 10 straight incompletions, we could lose our first 3 or 4 SEC games. I don't think we do now, because I think there's a bigger, easier way to make a plan and adjust with plenty of time to figure out what's going on. Now, we've seen the adjustments. Again, I say 6 distinct different halves for Arch Manning of errors. Like the struggles that he went through were different each half for 6 different halves now. So there is no easy solution of, oh, well, he can't throw that way, or don't put him in a bootleg, or don't, you know, there's not that. But there are paths where you can say, okay, we're starting to put together the pieces and get a board with all the red yarn and everything else to go, okay, here's the right play calls for Arch Manning as we get into SEC season play, versus him figuring this out week 1 and Florida beats us by 30. And we're like, what the hell happened? So there may be a positive in there, but it is still not what any one of us wanted to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if this was going to happen, it's happening at the best time it could possibly happen.
Yeah.
Granted, there's not a ton of time to get it remedied before you get into SEC play, but going through adversity is something that every young quarterback has to face at some point in his career. Right now, it's for Arch, it's happening at the very beginning. And you can take that as a positive. I also think that's something that, you know, Arch needs to maybe not necessarily Arch needs to realize, but that I think fans need to realize, is he's not the only quarterback that came into the season with enormous expectations that is not living up to them. Cade Klubnik has been awful.
Yep.
DJ Lagway, who a lot of people said was the best quarterback in the SEC, threw 5 interceptions against LSU. That's more interceptions in one game than Arch has thrown all season. You know, there's other ones as well. I mean, John Mateer has been fantastic, but against FBS level opponents, which Arch has Ohio State and Mateer has Michigan.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Power 5 level competition, not FBS level. Their stats aren't that different, with the exception of Mateer running the football a ton against Michigan. Garrett Nussmeier, they haven't scored more than 24 points in a game this year, I don't think. So it's not just an Arch problem. There's a lot of quarterbacks who are still adjusting and figuring things out earlier in the year. And for Arch, I think what's happening is he doesn't see it that way, which he should be focused on himself, but he doesn't see it that way. What is happening is he is feeling like, I am the only quarterback in the country that sucks right now and is not playing up to my level, and I'm embarrassed about it.
Yeah.
At least that's how I would feel
exactly.
If I was him.
Well, yeah, because you're not worried about anything else. You're just like, I'm disgracing my family name. I am letting down my teammates and my coaches. I am disgracing you just like all of that will ball up in your head. And that one completion turns into 3 incompletions. And now it's like that world. And you just have to keep figuring him out of how to talk to him, how to bring him out of those spots when he gets inconsistent, like how Sark has to figure out the ways to talk to him in game, instead of we see him come out at halftime and look different. So we know Sark's halftime talks are working, at least to some extent. But how can you do that in game? How can we not waste the next, when he sucks on drive 3, how do you go, well, I really don't want to wait past drive 7 to figure this out. So how can we fix this on the sideline? And that's going to be the question going forward, because it's, it just kind of spirals out of control at points.
Yeah. And it like, at least through the first couple of weeks of the season, and probably I would imagine this happened in camp to a certain extent, obviously not to this level because it's, we would have heard about it. But it seems like once things start to go wrong for Arch, he gets into his own head.
Yeah.
It just turns into a bizarro version of himself.
Yes.
And he pushes way too hard to try to fix it. So so it's incumbent upon AJ Milwee and Sark to coach him out of thinking that way.
Yes.
Because I don't know that he's ever had to face that before. Because at Isidore Newman, he never had to worry about anything.
No.
So this is the first time in his career he's facing this kind of adversity. And it's up to his coaches to fix it. He can go talk to Eli and Peyton and Archie all he wants. That's not the same thing as your head coach sitting you down and coach, and your quarterback coach sitting you down and coaching you through it. So it's very, very much on those two guys to help fix this problem just as much as it is Arch.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. And that's, sometimes you just have to chalk it up and say, good job, defense. I'll get you on the next one. And that feels like the thing that's really hard for him to do. And it's to not just step into that next play and just go, hey, man, you got us on one. I'm going to get you on the next 3. Instead, he goes, oh, I could have had that. I am losing the game. Not they're winning. I'm losing. And you have to change that mindset.
Yeah, almost like he's still thinking about the incompletion that he just threw while he's throwing the next pass.
Yes. There's other issues in the game we'll get to here for a second. We'll get back to Arch in hour 2 when we go through, and Matt has gone through some painstaking research to show you some things about Arch and Sark's play calling. So we'll get to that in hour 2, but we'll wrap up this hour with a couple more pieces of audio for you. And this is Sark. One of the other issues that people may be looking at Sark for and wondering what he's doing, and some agree with it, some don't, but he is going for it a lot on 4th down. He does not want to kick a field goal. He does not want to punt the football. He wants to go for it on 4th down, and he kept doing it. He was asked today about the analytics of it and why he decides that this is the right choice to avoid kicking field goals or taking punts and keep going for it on 4th down.
Well, I think part of what a lot of coaches are under now, analytics have become a big part of football. Like analytics became part of Major League Baseball, analytics became a big part of football. And whether they started in college and then went to the NFL or NFL to college, however you want to look at it, everybody's got an analytical approach to what they do. We do too, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't checked with the book yet before I've made a decision. Now, I've gone back after and said, hey, what did the book say on that? And quite frankly, I've probably been a little more aggressive than what the book would say, what analytics would say. Luckily, the 2 times that I did go for it and the book said I should probably kick it, we made it both times, so I feel a little better. I thought to myself, maybe I'm a little smarter than the book. Because there's some gut instincts involved. There's some trust in your team involved. There's some style of the way the game is going that's involved. And so it just so happens we've been put in those situations early in games. It feels like we have more 4th down attempts earlier in the game than we do later in the game, but that's just the way the drives have gone and things have gone. But again, I've told the team again this morning, I do that because that's who we are. That's our style of play. That's what we believe in. We've got a great kicker. We've got a great punter. We've got a great defense. We've got all those things. And we're going to be a great offense too here. And then reason kicks into the flow of the game and what it looks like and how you're playing it and where you're at on the field and what juncture of the game. But you'd be surprised what analytics says on a lot of those things. And there's some that I punt the ball. Analytics is like, this is like you probably should go. And I'm thinking that's crazy, but we're going to punt the ball here, or we're going to kick the field goal here. But analytics takes in a lot. As I said, we have analytics, but I kind of study the analytics before the game, and then I go with my gut in game of what I think is the right play to make.
There's Sark discussing why he will go for it, probably more than you would expect, at least old school logic. A lot of people now are more apt to do that. But they went for it. They go for it a lot. And it feels like those are momentum changers that maybe are not panning out the way you want them to time after time, to where if early in the game you get some points on the board and you get a little separation, it makes everything easier with a few field goals. And your defense is going to stack up. So if it's 13-0 instead of 7-0 because you kick 2 field goals, maybe you feel a little better about yourself because, okay, we're scoring. We're going down and scoring. You look at the Colts, and we'll get into this. Colts we just want to score. We just want to score every time. We just want to get points on the board. And they've won. They're 2-0. So is there maybe a thought sometimes just take the points? Just take the points in some of these games. I get there's going to be games where their offense is too potent, and we're going to have to go touchdown for touchdown. But that's not what you're doing right now. So maybe get some points on the board.
Yeah, I think this is a complicated conversation because Sark mentioned it when he was speaking about it. He said more or less that it depends on the opponent, it depends on the situation in the game. If we're playing Georgia and it's 7-0 and we have a 4th and 5 on our own 30, we'll probably kick a field goal. But if you're playing Sam Houston State and it's the same situation, you're probably going to go for it. And I appreciate the fact that he's not just going by the book explicitly, because I feel like that's what Lane Kiffin does at Ole Miss. And more often than not, I feel like that comes back to bite Ole Miss when they should have just taken the points. But also, if you look at it from the other perspective, I've never been a fan of analytics.
Yeah.
I think that they have their place, but for the most part, my view is that points are better than no points. So kick a field goal and move on with the day, get some points on the board. If that starts to become an issue where you get to 4th and 1 and you're like, we've kicked 3 field goals in a row, then maybe go for it and try to break through that barrier. But, I don't think that it has anything to do with the fact that he doesn't have faith in the kicker or the punter or anything like that. We've seen that when they have been called upon, they've performed very well. I think to your point, I think you're exactly right. Because if you get into a situation where it's 7-0 and you're still a little bit, inconsistent on offense, if you start to get those field goals in there, it just starts to loosen everybody up a little bit. Because it's like, hey, now we're up 2 scores and we're not
successful
one play
drives.
Yeah, we're not one play away from this game being tied. And the pressure is less on our defense. The pressure is less on Arch. The pressure is less on the receivers. So each mode of thinking, I think, has its own place. And I think he does a pretty good job for the most part of navigating that decision-making. I think that part of the reason he's doing it so much this year, at least it feels like he's doing it more this year than he was last year, is because he's trying to get momentum for the offense.
I agree.
And I think the thing that he doesn't quite, I'm not saying he doesn't understand it, because Sark has forgotten more about football in the last 20 minutes than I'm ever going to know in my entire life. But I think the thing that maybe he could not be taking into account is the fact that, hey, if you get a field goal here, you're still giving your team momentum and you still feel good about it. So it's a very difficult thing you're walking a really fine line. And it's a really difficult thing to navigate.
Yeah, and the hair of the dog, you're right. I feel like he goes for it to give the offense some confidence. I agree with that. On the tech side, you get someone say analytics don't account for momentum. I agree with that. My big thing is if you have a quarterback who is mentally struggling, maybe don't put on a 4th down stop on him too. Take that out of his hands. I know the 4th down get would make him so much more confident. But let's He's not playing that well. The odds are not telling me Arch is going to pick this up when I throw a 60-yard pass downfield to Parker Livingston. I don't think that maybe that's going to work out. So maybe I take the points and then go, Arch, you scored 3 times. What? You're not letting us down. You led 3 scoring drives in a row. That to me is more positivity to Arch Manning than, hey, Arch, you held the ball 3 times. 3 times you should have scored. You scored once. Because that's what's going through his brain. And he can say he's going to fight it off and whatever else, but I think at a certain point you have to realize that our offense is not playing well enough to pretend like this 4th down's a really good thing, that we're just going to pick them up. So here's Sark as well, speaking about the 3rd and 4th down and not having success on those downs and not being able to pick up those downs.
Yeah, you know what I felt about was early in the game. I think we have a 3rd and 1 we don't convert, a 3rd and 2 we don't convert, a 3rd and 4 we don't convert. Like those are the ones we got to have. You know, I'm okay with 3rd and 8, 9, 11, 12. Like those ones are a little bit more difficult. But we had some real makeable 3rd downs that we didn't make. And then I really felt great about the 4th downs that we didn't make. And part of that might be some execution. Part of that might be, somebody doing something a little bit differently than we did it in practice, which caused maybe somebody else to do something a little bit differently. But we have to remain aggressive, and I think that's part of the standard that we've created around here. We're an attack-oriented football team. We're going to attack you on offense. We're going to be aggressive on 4th down. We're an attack-oriented special teams unit. We're going to try to block punts. We're going to try to create returns. We don't fair catch kickoffs. You know, we're trying to move the ball and change field position. We're an attack-oriented defense. We've gone 19 straight games at DKR where we've created a turnover. And so that style of play is, I think, unique to us. And I'm not gonna shift our style of play just because we've had a game or two where it didn't go the way we need it to go. We need to execute a little better. We need to perform a little better. But our style of play is something I think we've all grown accustomed to, and a style that is unique to us. And we're going to remain aggressive. We're going to continue to attack our opponents. We gotta. Those ones that are 1, 2, 4, 5, we got to have those, and we got to make sure we put a plan together that our guys feel comfortable and confident in executing.
So this is where he doubles down. We play exciting football. I want to coach exciting football. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try and make explosive plays. We're going to try and do that. And I'm all for that, if it works at all. Your biggest play was 23 yards in this game. At what point do we say that's not working? We do not have the right equipment to make this work, or the equipment is faulty, or whatever you want to say to make it sound better. Right now, it is not working. And it, to me, is back when I was a kid and we were touring the band, you had a van and a trailer, and you wanted different people to drive the van, because if we had a guy that drove a sports car, drove a Mustang, and when he drove the van and trailer, we all thought we were going to die because he drove a van and a trailer like a Mustang. Maybe Sark does not have the Mustang right now. Maybe we should not drive it like it is a Mustang if that is not what we have. So maybe pull back a little bit. I get you can still try and make explosive plays. You can try and do that, but maybe stop driving it like everything's going to be okay. Just give it one more play.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, at a certain point, you kind of have to look yourself in the mirror and realize these things aren't working right now. And that doesn't mean that you necessarily have to completely take them out of your playbook and completely take them out of your identity. I think just given right now what is happening, I think you just need to be a little bit more conservative in that play calling and in that, or not necessarily in the play calling, but just what you're asking your guys to do in terms of going forward on 4th down and those kinds of things. And the things that maybe, haven't been working in those situations, you maybe need to go back to the drawing board and try new things. I don't want Sark to change his identity. I don't want him to stop calling plays. For me, everything, and I'm going to talk about this again here in a little while, but for everything that is going wrong in this offense, it is just about the players executing the plays that are in front of them. And I think Sark needs to realize that and take like a quarterback checking down to his running back when things are taken away downfield instead of forcing a pass. He just needs to take what the other team is giving him and move on until they fix these other issues. And that doesn't mean stop doing it completely. It just means maybe reel back on it a little bit.
Yeah.
And instead of going for it on, 4th and 5 from your own 50 in the first quarter, punt the ball. You have one of the 3 best defenses in college football. Have Jack Bouwmeester, who has been awesome this season, pin them down deep and play field position. I don't care if it's UTEP. You shorten the field for your team on the next possession if you do that. So those are the kinds of things that I think they need to kind of make an adjustment. And Naman, I really don't know how to answer that question without sounding like I'm kind of brushing it off. But and this isn't me trying to do that, but in my opinion, Garrett Gilbert was never going to be a successful college quarterback because of the situation that he was put in. Mac Brown didn't give him enough time and enough reps to become comfortable with becoming the starting quarterback, and he got thrown into the fire against Alabama. I don't think he ever mentally recovered from that, and that's why it didn't work out for him. I think Ewers was fantastic and got you to 2 college football playoffs and won you semifinals and won you a conference championship and got you to another one. So I think that's kind of unfair to throw him into that conversation. And Arch is 3 games into his first year as the starter, so I think it's unfair to label him as that as well.
No,
I get it's extremely frustrating, but I think that it's going to right itself.
Yeah, I think you have to understand the rankings in the way, to me, 5-star ratings are like preseason polls. There's educated guesses in there.
Sure.
And it's just, they're educated guesses. And so you're basically saying this guy, if everything goes perfectly, has the potential to possibly be a Heisman Trophy winner. But, that means that they're mentally all the way there in every game, and the situation, they get the right playbook for them, and everything else goes perfectly for them. And if you want to say it's just Texas, this happens consistently throughout football. 5 stars or not, 5 stars everywhere. Malachi Nelson being your great example that we just played a 5-star ranked ahead of Arch Manning quarterback.
That is an excellent point, Patrick, and I'm gonna back you up with some stats here as well to kind of prove that point.
Yeah.
So in 2023, Arch Manning's class, Arch was ranked number 1.
Yes.
He hasn't performed up to standard so far. The number 2 quarterback, 5-star, Nico Iamaleava. We've seen what he's been since he left Tennessee. He's been dog water at UCLA. Dante Moore, 5-star. He's probably been the best out of this group so far with Oregon. He started at UCLA, didn't get his opportunity. He had to transfer to find it. Jackson Arnold, Oklahoma, really, really struggled. He moved on to Auburn. We'll see what happens when he gets to SEC play. Malachi Nelson, number 5. Started at USC, couldn't hack it. Went to Boise State, couldn't hack it. Ended up at UTEP. Still seems like he can't hack it. Christopher Vizina, he was the number 6 quarterback at Clemson. Have you ever heard of him? No, because he hasn't played. Jaden Rashada, number 7, signed with Arizona State, transferred to Georgia. Now he's the starter at Sacramento State because he hasn't been good. Eli Holstein, Alabama, number 8 quarterback. Couldn't hack it at Alabama, lost the job. Now he's at Pittsburgh. Avery Johnson has not been good for Kansas State this year. He was number 9. Austin Novosad hasn't seen the field really for Oregon. He was number 10. J.J. Cole hasn't seen the field for Iowa State. He was number 11. Dylan Lonergan hasn't seen the field for Alabama. He was number 12. And you can go on and on down the list all the way to Lenora Sellers at number 18 to find the first quarterback on that list who has been elite.
And he just lost
outside of Dante Moore for the first couple days or first couple weeks.
He just got hurt and is but across the board, it's just recruiting and the 5 stars, that recruiting coverage and stuff. It's like preseason polls to me. There's a lot of guesswork that happens in it because you're watching them play against high school kids. And at the end of the day, you can look at all the potential, but until the game gets sped up, you don't know. You just don't know in those situations. So that's the easy answer is you should get like 5 stars. That's good. We want to get the best guys we can get, but it does not also mean that's a sure thing ever at any
Absolutely.
position, anywhere. One more clip I want to play before we take our break. I know Hair the Dog, you got to wait. We're gonna talk more Texas after the break too. We'll get to little Jerry Jones by the end of the. Don't worry. But I do want to play one more clip for you, and this is another piece into Texas does get 2 turnovers in the game to turn it around, but another place that we really thought Texas was going to excel was the edge room. This is a room that we all looked at the beginning of the season and said, this is the best edge room in the country. It is not played out that way so far. Now, their run stopping is pretty decent, but they have not been a sack leader and pressure leaders. That is teams preparing for this really good edge room. That is some other issues that have gone into it and teams being prepared for this edge room. But this goes into when we say analytics doesn't account for momentum. You know what gets you momentum? Sacks, turnovers. Those get you momentum. That gets the positivity rising where, the high tide raises all ships. That kind of thinking. And we saw that a week ago with San Jose State. We saw that, and all of a sudden the offense was good. And then when it turned around this week and you couldn't really get to the quarterback, you got 2 interceptions. Ironically, one interception Malachi Nelson threw was almost the exact same play that Arch threw his. And I was like, dude, you didn't even see that. That happened in this game on the other side. You shouldn't be making that throw. But here's Sark talking about the lack of edge success so far for Texas.
It's tough. I think the ball came out Saturday on average 1.8 seconds. I mean, that you can only get so far with somebody in front of you in 1.8 seconds. It's just difficult, and hey, like we were talking to the team today, like we've all got holes in our game. We all got strengths in our game as individuals, but we also have them as a team on offense, defense, special teams. And so people are going to try to attack the holes in our game, and they're going to try to not get exploited by the strengths that we have in our game. And one of our strengths are our edges. One of our strengths is our pass rush and the multitude of ways that we can get to a quarterback. And so we have to anticipate what they're going to do to try to combat that. And part of that is getting the ball out of their hands quickly. Part of that might be moving the pocket some. So we got to remain disciplined in our pass rush lanes. I felt like in San Jose State, we probably missed about 3 or 4 sacks, quite frankly, and that changes that number quickly. And so maybe it's not how many opportunities you get to get the quarterback on the ground, but making the most of the opportunities when you do get them. And that's what we're trying to train our guys to do.
There's Sark speaking about the edge room, trying to make sure that he is getting to the place that he needs to get to. And again, that's another piece. You have to be able to, if you want to be able to get the momentum changed, it feels like this defense may have to lead the way. And I know that they have been trying to be sound, so maybe not as aggressive. I mean, I don't know. At some point, I'd be like, let's go get aggressive. They got aggressive a week ago, and they had no problem. It felt like they were worried about UTEP making a big play or something happening, and that was not the case. They should have been a little bit more aggressive in that game. They did their job, but it's also, I think, kind of boring for this defense, and maybe that's why they give some points late in the game. So we'll have all that. And Naman, I get it. I get it again, but like Alabama and Georgia have had bad quarterback play too. Like Jalen Milroe was a major disappointment last year for them, and Carson Beck was not the Heisman Trophy winner. So I get it, but I feel like I feel like you're looking at this through burnt orange colored glasses, and you're only looking at Texas very judgmentally, and not necessarily the full picture of every single school has hated their quarterback plenty of times.
I reject this premise completely, and I'm going to tell you why. I challenge you, Naman, to go back to 2024, look through every single box score that Texas had, that Quinn Ewers was the starter, and find me a single quarterback outside of Cade Klubnik, who did outplay Quinn technically in the college football playoff. Texas did win that game, that outplayed Quinn to an extreme level or even at all. If you're going to point to Georgia in October, Carson Beck was awful in that game. Quinn Ewers played better. Yeah. you can go on and on and on down every single box score on that list, and Quinn Ewers played better than every single quarterback he faced last year, with the exception of Cade Klubnik. So I completely reject that premise.
Yeah, I'm with you. I just, it feels like you're looking at this, and believe me, because I talk to fans of Georgia, I talk to fans, and you talk to fans from different places, and they're like, and all I get is our quarterback sucks. Our quarterback sucks. So it is a common theme of fans being disappointed with their quarterback play. And then we see highlights of their games, and then we go, well, that guy's great, because a lot of times we miss the 16 incompletions that guy threw.
Yeah, and this is just the nature of college football.
Yeah.
It's every time a team is struggling, your quarterback sucks. When in reality, there are so many different components that go into it that determine the outcome of every single play. And I'm not saying Arch has been good these first couple weeks. I mean, he was good in week 2. He was awful this past week. He was not good against Ohio State. I'm not saying that he was, but every single thing is magnetized or blown up to reflect the quarterback, when in reality there are so many other things that go into what happens on every single play that's just not fair. And I will never support that.
But I will say this, as far as being in his head, there is, and Sark's talked about paralysis by analysis, and, sometimes not making the right decision because you're trying to make sure it's the perfect decision. And there's been parts where Arch has had that. As far as what Sark can do to not do that, it's not like he can't help him out, because we're saying the like the coverages and all that other stuff, this offensive line is not reading well right now. So you do need to have Sark out there trying to at least let them know they're about to send 7. So we have 6 to block 7. You should be aware of that before you snap this ball. I can see it from the sideline, and you guys are just but so you have to, there's points where you do have to talk to your quarterback and get into him. I honestly, we see him at halftime. The halftime adjustments and the halftime talks to Sark seem to be working, because he has played better in the second half in all 3 games. Now, the difference of how much better he played is arguable, but he has played better in the second half of all 3 games. So the halftime conversations are seeming to work. So I'm not going to put that one on Sark. But back to the edge room, Matt. The fact that they haven't been able to get it, the teams are preparing. I think this is something that will sort itself out more in the SEC, because right now it is every single team is preparing for Texas, because that's their biggest game on their schedule. With the San Jose, like everybody, that was a game all offseason. You've been preparing for Texas and having game plans and have everything else and being prepared for it. And once you start to get into SEC play, you're getting a week of prep like everybody else does. And you are, now teams want to do their style of play more. They feel confident in what they do. So now you're trying to win one-on-one battles, as opposed to Colin Simmons and Ethan Bark and guys getting led into double teams and stuff more, because you're just like, we have to protect what we have because they're better than us at those positions.
Yeah, and I think that there's different examples of that throughout the first 3 games that are very apparent. Against Ohio State, all Ohio State wanted to do was get the ball out of Julian Sain's hands quickly so he didn't have to face pressure. And with San Jose State and UTEP, they were playing not to lose the game. So they were also getting the ball out of their quarterback's hands quickly, so that Texas couldn't do anything in the pass rush. I do think that's going to change in the SEC, because I think when, maybe it won't happen when we get to Florida per se, because DJ Lagway has also been struggling big time, and they could, if he doesn't get benched, then they could very well have the same type of game plan as Ohio State, where it's just like, we just want to get the ball out of his hands quickly and not have him lose the game for us. But once you get into some of these other games that have like elite quarterbacks, John Mateer at Oklahoma, Diego Pavia at Vanderbilt, Taylon Green even at Arkansas, Gunnar Stockton, Georgia, and Marcel Reed with A&M, like they're going to try and run their offense, because they're going to want to play their style. They want to score points, and they're going to do their things the way that they do their things. They're not going to take the Texas pass rush into account as much as a San Jose State or a UTEP would. Just in my opinion. So I think it will balance itself out. It is disappointing though, and there's no way around it being disappointing so far.
Yeah, 100%. Let's take that first break, Matt. When we come back, Matt has broken down some film for you, watching the All-22 to show you some things, give you a different perspective on what Arch is seeing, what Sark is calling, maybe give you some different perspective there. So we're going to do that when we come back. We've also got a lot of other games to recap and get to. The Cowboys get a win. Whew. They got one, though. They got one, Matt. They're 1-1. I don't know how they did it, but they got a win. So we'll go through that. The Texans play in 40 minutes as well. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well as we continue on to hour 2 of the show. Hair the Dog, you're ready to go as we continue on here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we roll on to hour 2 of the show. Text lines open 512-222-9328. And, of course, the chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Jan says, just saw Arch post-game press conference. He's clearly frustrated with himself. That is an understatement, Jan. He is very upset at how he has played, and I feel like he's putting a lot on himself, which is what happens. That's being a quarterback. That's part of it. But everything thrown in for him. It's been rough. He also says, how about start cutting the field in half for Arch? You can kind of do that. He's tried to do it, but oftentimes Arch won't allow that, and he will try and open it back up himself. I think one of the pieces you can see, and we'll do this here with Matt here in just a minute, is looking at some of these plays and Arch thinking, I can do it. I can do it. This is the play. I can do it. I can make something big happen. And then they'll all know what I am. And then we can go back to normal and how much fun it was in the off season. And when I was talking all this trash and it was fun, all I got to do is make this one play. And then waits too long, reads the wrong thing, pushes a pass, incompletion. And now it's bigger the next play. And it just feels like that is happening too often to Arch right now. But Matt Galatzan, Texas Longhorns on SI, has put together some screenshots here from the All-22 to show you a little bit of what maybe you're missing, what you're not seeing if you're not watching the all 22, seeing all the receivers downfield. I was watching the game with a buddy in the second half, and he was like, I wish I could see what Arch is seeing because I want to see it. And I go, yeah, that is all 22. And I get it. It's like when a quarterback's struggling, you want to see, like, is somebody open or is it really like that hard? So Matt has gone through the painstaking task of figuring that out for us. We can't show plays, we can't show action, but I believe we can show the pictures of what is happening. So if you want to take us through this, Matt.
Yeah. According to BK, we can show the pictures, their screenshots. Okay. So we're going to do our best here. But the first play here is first quarter, 11:58 to go. It's 4th and 5. And right here, you can see Ryan Wing. I'm pointing like everybody can see my pen, but like you can see right here that Wingo is coming across the middle. Arch is moving to his left. He needs to stop right here and let Wingo come across and hit him, but he just misses the throw. So my point with this whole exercise here is that this is not a play calling issue by Steve Sarkeesian, in my opinion. I've seen articles that have come out, like one of them from CBS Sports, saying that Sark needs to put down the play calling and bring somebody else in to design the plays and call the offense and all this stuff. I mean, this is a great example of a play where there is. I mean, you look at the line of scrimmages here at the 50. Ryan Wingo is running to grass at the 32-yard line. That's an 18-yard gain in stride if Arch can make that throw. He doesn't see it right here, and he waits a couple more seconds and then tries to make an off-platform throw, and it ends up going incomplete. So obviously that is something that Texas needs to be able to hit in these situations if they're going to start going for it on 4th and 5 from their own 50. If you move on to the next one, Patrick, there's actually 3 screenshots here. This is first quarter. There's 7:30 to go in the first quarter. It's 1st and 10. Arch misses. So there's a couple of misses here by Arch that you've got here. He had Wingo, which you'll see in another one of the screenshots. He had Wingo wide open here on the 20 and then started moving to his left. So Wingo started going upfield. He also has, I believe that's Christian Clark down at the bottom, wide open for a positive gain. Then if you go to the next one.
We may have done 2.0 there. I think we started with 2.1 because 2.0 is not loading on this. So we don't have 2.1.
Just skip 2.1. I already pointed out what it was.
Okay.
And then if you go to 2.2, you can see that Arch is still moving to his left, and he has Wingo here on this comeback route. Or not a comeback route, but he's sitting there open at the 10-yard line, a couple of yards from the line of scrimmage. If you could watch the play continue, he tries to throw to Endries, but he does it too late. Endries gets in front of his guy. He has an opportunity to hit him there. He doesn't make the throw. If you go on to the next one, which is a 3rd and 10 in the first quarter, 1:08 to go. You can.
I don't think we have a 3 either. Let me see.
No, it's 4. I had to move on from 3.
All right.
If you go to this one, you can see that there's plenty of opportunities here for Arch to complete a ball. Dalen McCutcheon's coming across the middle here, and he would become open on this play. He had Endries over here on the left as well, and that's a completable ball. He'd have to fire it in there, but specifically McCutcheon, if he layers the ball over the top, he can hit McCutcheon, and that's a first down. And then he just ends up dumping it off to Christian Clark, which ended up being a positive gain, but he missed a play there, an opportunity there for a potentially explosive play. If you go on to the next one, Patrick, second quarter, 14:01. It's 3rd and 3. This is the throw where he just this is a perfect example of what was wrong with Arch in this game. He has a guy running free to the end zone. It's Ryan Wingo on 3rd down, and he just completely overthrows him and misses the ball. He's open on a little bubble wheel route type concept that would have been a touchdown. And then if you go to the next one, which is the interception, this is the one that I think bothered me the most out of all of these plays. Well, one of the most, because there's another one that really, really kind of got me heated. But as you can see, Arch is rolling to his left with the intention of hitting Parker Livingstone here in the flat. If he fires that ball right now, he hits Parker Livingstone and he has a first down. The drive continues. But instead, he goes in reverse and tries to make a play. And if you'll notice here on the back end on the right, that towards the end zone, you have Nick Townsend running free to the paint. So if Arch sees that and he turns and he sets his feet and he fires it in there, that's a touchdown for Texas. And he missed both, and he ran around and he ended up throwing an interception, trying to force the ball to Ryan Wingo in the end zone. The next one is a 4th and 3 in the second quarter. 9:08 to go in the second quarter. And this is the one he just like Parker Livingstone's wide open, running to grass, running to the end zone on a deep route, and he just overthrows him. Again, the next one is a 1st and 10 with 8:15 to go. If anybody is watching this broadcast, who do you think you should go? Who do you think he should go to on this side, Patrick?
Well, I can't see who is who.
Okay.
This.
Okay.
Right?
Well,
it's a little small on my screen.
The guy on the 50-yard line
yes.
is Jordan Washington. There is not a guy within 10 yards of him.
No, you're right.
And he misses the throw to Washington. He also had Christian Clark running free on the flat over there if he was uncomfortable with that throw. And he's got another guy running in the flat on the other side that he could have, because the defensive, especially down here at the lower part of your screen, the defensive back is turning his hips and he's running upfield. So if you hit this other guy in the flat, then that's probably a first down. If he makes a guy miss, it's an explosive play. Okay, so go to the next one, Patrick. Actually, hold on. Go to the next one. This is another incompletion for Arch. As you can see here, this is the one where he tries to, I believe this is the one where he tries to get to Wingo on the 45 here, and he just completely misses him on an easy hitch. And that's, if Ryan Wingo catches that ball, the defensive back's shoulders are away from Wingo. So if he catches that ball and turns upfield, that's an explosive play. There's another one coming up where he misses Parker on an easy curl on the next clip. He misses Parker Livingston here. I mean, Parker Livingston's wide open with nobody around him. This other wide receiver at the top is running free, so that defensive back's going to follow him. He has Parker Livingstone right here. And this is the play that I think he ends up this is the play where Niblett is coming across and Jack Endries is in the spot. And Jack Endries has an opportunity to make the catch, but Ryan Niblett runs into him. So that one, more than anything, is on Ryan Niblett. If Ryan Niblett doesn't do that, Jack Endries makes the catch, probably moves the chains, but he also has Parker Livingstone at the top of the screen there for an easy gain as well. If you go to number 11, or the next one, 3rd and 8, second quarter, 4:22 to go. He's pressured out of the pocket early and makes an errant pass. But as you can see here, Amari Winston is wide open. If he can make that throw, that is a first down. The chains move, and it's, let's see, the ball's on the line of scrimmage is the 18. That's the 45-yard line. That's a 27-yard gain in a minimum. I mean, Amari Winston's coming back to the ball, so it might be at the 40, but that's still a 20-plus yard gain right there. And Arch, again, misses it. If you go to the next one, Patrick, he misses multiple opportunities on this play. He has Christian Clark on an easy out, right, like an easy flat throw on a curl right there. He has Jack Endries wide open on the other side, and he's got Ryan Wingo pretty much running free here for a decent gain across the 25-yard line. He doesn't even look to the left side of the field. He's focused over here. It ends up being an incompletion. And at number 13, it's 3rd and 5, second quarter, 1:36 to go. The ball gets batted at the line on this one. And as you can see here, he tries to force the ball to Ryan Niblett. He maybe completes that, but it gets batted at the line. He's also got Jack Endries down here in the flat as well. So that would have been another opportunity he could have looked at. But I think he made the right read here. It would have been a tight throw, but it gets batted at the line. And then we've just got a couple more here. The next one is it's two different shots. This one ends up being a 5-yard loss on a zone read play.
We've only got the second one that's going to work here.
That's fine. So if you were able to see the other one, Ryan Wingo has this defender who's tackling Arch as like in this moment. He has that guy dead to rights, and he completely misses his block. If he makes that block, Arch is running around the corner, and all he has to do is beat that safety. So that's an execution issue on Ryan Wingo's part. If you go to the next one, he throws the ball. It's second quarter, first and 10, 17 seconds to go. He just throws the ball behind Jordan Washington right here. He had him open, and he just threw it behind him. So this is when he was really starting to get in his head, and he can't make the simple throws. And that became a major issue. Now you get to the second half, and some of these issues still continued, but he did improve a little bit. You go to the third quarter, third and 10, 8 minutes and 11 seconds in the third quarter. He's got Parker Livingston right here on the 10-yard line on a flat. He's got Dalen McCutcheon running out to the left. He misses both of those. And again, it's not a massive gain in either of those situations, but it's an opportunity for Parker Livingston or for Dalen McCutcheon to make a play. He misses both of those. Ends up being an incompletion. The next one is a run, a zone read run on in the third quarter, first and 10, 4:34 to go. Patrick, would you hand the ball off here, or would you keep it if you're Arch?
I think I'm probably gonna go ahead and hand that one off. I feel like he's going the wrong way. There's 3 unblocked guys right there in front of me.
There's 3 unblocked defenders here on the left side of the line, and on the right side, the entire edge is sealed off. Plus, you have a receiver coming up to take this defensive back. That should be an easy decision. Hand the ball off to James Simon, let him run with it. Instead, you keep the ball, and you end up getting a minimal gain. And then we've got 4 more here, if y'all bear with me to get through this. Second and 13, third quarter. It's near the goal line, I believe. 2:41 to go in the third quarter. Yep. So my big issue with this play, Arch ends up going to Parker Livingston here. He waits too long, but my issue here is that Ryan Wingo needs to break this thing off a lot sooner. He breaks it off at the 5-yard line and starts to run his slant. He needs to break that off 2 or 3 yards sooner so that he can get some grass and have an opportunity for Arch to get him the ball. He doesn't do that. He runs straight into the safety, and then Arch is forced to go to Livingston here when he's covered, and he barely makes the catch for a minimal gain. So that one's on Wingo. That one's on execution. The next one here, 3rd and 12 in the third quarter, a minute 57. He's got Wingo on a slant right here. Easy completion. Should be an easy completion, hitting him in stride and letting him use his athletic ability to make something happen there. He's also got Christian Clark running in the flat. And again, he waits too long and ends up throwing an incompletion. He's just holding on to the ball there, and that's a big issue. The next one, third quarter, it's 1st and goal, 11:21 to go in the quarter. He has James Simon in the flat, and James Simon right here is turning to him to look for the football. Arch waits a full 2 seconds before letting go of the football and throwing it to Simon. And by the time he does that, the defensive back has recognized, oh, that guy's wide open. I need to go cover him. And he makes a tackle, and it ends up being kind of a wash of a play. And then the last one here is, without a doubt, Arch's worst throw of the game, in my opinion. Fourth quarter, it's 3rd and 14, 5:15 to go. He's got Christian Clark wide open right here running through the flat. And if he throws the ball right there and gets it to him in stride, maybe you don't make a first down, but you've got blockers downfield. You're a shifty guy. You can make guys miss. It puts you in a position to have an opportunity to move the ball down the field. Arch throws it over his head into the sideline. So the point of all this that I'm trying to make again is that Sarkeesian is giving him opportunities to make plays. He's giving him easy throws to make, and guys are getting into the vulnerable points in the defense where maybe it's not always going to be an explosive play, but he's giving him easy completions. He's giving him guys that are going to be open and be able to make plays with the football, and he's either making bad throws or missing them entirely. And so if you want to come in here and say that Sark needs a new play caller and all this stuff about how, they need to bring in a new offensive coordinator, just go back and look at this. And it is a prime example of why Sark is putting him into positions to succeed in terms of the schematics of the playbook. I think that what Sark needs to do instead is what we talked about earlier in the show, maybe dumb it down a little bit and give him less of the field that he has to see.
Yeah.
And if people want to talk about we ran the ball so much against UTEP, and it was, why did we run the ball so much? Why did we run the ball so much? It's because of this stuff, in my opinion. It's because Arch has these things in front of him and he's not seeing them. So Sark needs to make an adjustment and give the football to people in the run game so that they can, they could get some positive gains. He mixed some quarterback runs in there that worked really well with the quarterback powers and the quarterback draws. I think you're going to see more of that stuff coming up in the next couple weeks, but you get a different perspective when you look at it, when you can see the whole field as opposed to a television broadcast.
Yeah.
So that's what I kind of wanted to bring to people. And if you guys like this, please tell me, and I can start trying to do this every week. But it's certainly a different narrative when you look at it that way, as opposed to just banging your hand on the table and saying Sark is a terrible play caller.
And I think we see this as one of the things you saw as a trend in that video. By the way, thank you for doing all that. That was awesome. But I think a trend you see is on those 3rd and longs, which we all agree are a problem. The 3rd and longs. Appreciate your father, Texas. There.
Thank you, Father, Texas.
There's plays where in those 3rd and longs, he has easy passes with plenty of space, but he wants to get the first down in the air. And so he's only looking past the sticks. Anything else is not an option. Screw you. Your legs won't get it done. I'm going to throw the ball. And if that's going to be the case, that he does not trust the offense, he does not trust for blocking downfield, he does not trust in all those things, you have to start taking away some of those other pieces. You have to start taking away, all right, no one's going to be like, we're going to run those guys at sticks. You're not allowed to look at them, Arch. You're going to look at one guy. Like you can fake look, but this is the guy you're going to. This is read one. This is where you go.
Yeah, absolutely. And John Blue, this is a decent observation here, but I'll also point out there were times when they were playing 5 high safeties. Like if you look at one of those screenshots that I posted, I don't know exactly which one it was off the top of my head, but there is literally 5 safeties lined up across the top, completely trying to take away anything in the end zone. So that's something that people are trying to do. Thank you, Roy. I appreciate it. That's something that people are trying to do because they realize that Arch is trying to make explosive plays when he should just take the easy stuff, which is something that Quinn Ewers excelled at doing. Sometimes to his detriment, also because he missed some explosive things. But at the end of the day, take what you can get in college football is usually the best recipe for success. And then when that kind of stuff sets up your downfield opportunities, that's when you exploit it.
Yeah. And I mean, that's, how many of those clips do we see defenders in the wrong position? And those are the things you have to be able to spot, that a guy's shoulders are turned, his hips are turned. Like that's a difficult turn back to get back and get a right trajectory to go make that tackle. And if you're talking about a UTEP player, you're like, there's a decent chance he misjudges the speed of whoever you're throwing it to in the flat. And now he's got to flip his hips around and guess an angle, but he's guessed to playing against UTEP players and your guy's going to run right past him because Sark's got speed. But you have to trust the speed to get it. We've talked about it a little bit a week ago. Colin Simmons, Sark mentioned that he was basically blitzing the wrong side. And he was pushing the quarterback Eget up in the pocket. And they're like, that's not the plan. You have to disrupt the pocket. And he was pushing him up in the pocket, which he could do. And so these young players want to go make the big play so bad. And at a point you have to, this is where leadership comes in again. This is where those leaders have to step in and go, trust what they're calling, because it does not work if you go AWOL. If you go AWOL, it screws all of us. And, and so if you have problems, we need to discuss that during the week. If you think that if the game plan's not right, we need to discuss that before Saturday. And that if Arch is looking at the plays and he doesn't believe that they're right, even if they're working, then you need to have that conversation. If you want to look downfield and you go, if it's a 3rd and 12 and I'm only going to look past the yardsticks, like that's not going to work most of the time. That's a really hard throw. And if they're going to stick 3, 5, 12, 15 safeties back, that play's not there.
Yeah.
Like this is when it's like, and I get this is a thing in high school. He could still make that throw. And, probably wasn't in a lot of 3rd and longs in high school either. But you're like, I get that, you're trying to put yourself in a better position to not be in 3rd and longs and 4th and, not short. But it feels like Arch, that's one of those pieces that he's just consistently not making those quick decisions. Get the ball out, set your blockers up downfield, try and make a big play, and who knows what happens. I mean, his biggest play of the year is Parker Livingstone, and that wasn't a deep pass. It just went for 75 because the play got set up correctly. Show him that play 25 times in a row and go, this is what we can do if you just take sometimes the easier route. You're making this harder on yourself than it has to be. No one's mad at you. If I call a play and you hit Christian Clark on the flat and he gets 12 and it was 3rd and 14, they're not mad at you, Arch. They're mad at me. They're going to be mad at the player, Christian Clark. They're going to be mad at whoever got the offsides or the holding, the false start holding. They're going to be mad at all those guys, but they're not going to be mad at you. But if you go and you chunk a ball 16 yards into coverage and miss a guy by 5 yards, they're going to get mad at you because that's just not the right play. So I get Arch wants to be Superman because everybody made him out to be that, but he does not have to be. And it just feels like when they can finally get that trust, and that's when Quinn Ewers was his best, was when he just trusted what Sark was calling and just went out there and operated as it was supposed to be done. I don't think Arch is anywhere near there right now. And in the second half, he goes and sits down with Sark, and Sark goes, run the damn plays that I called the way I called them. And then he comes out in the second half and he's better. But it feels like every game he's coming out like, you know what, if I just get these 14 points on the board, then it'll be fun. And that's why those 14 points aren't on the board.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. He's playing a lot of his issues are that in certain situations he's trying to play hero ball more than just taking what's in front of him. And there's also situations where he's just been errant with his throws. There's been situations where the receivers aren't necessarily doing him any favors. And there's a lot of instances of the offensive line not doing this offense any favors either. Point being, this is just an offense that is still trying to figure out how to gel together.
Yes.
And just because it's taking some time to gel together over the first 3 weeks doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be broken for the entire season. I mean, I think I tweeted during the game when I was sitting in the press box that the Texas offense was broken. I don't think that's the case anymore after going back and watching. It's not where it should be. Yeah. It's inconsistent. It's a bit sloppy, but these are all things that are fixable. And a lot of it starts with Arch, but a lot of it also has to do with the other players around him executing to the right spots and executing their responsibilities on the play and being in the right spot. But I think the biggest thing that would help this offense right now, if I had to say they need to fix this one, I could call the football gods and say, fix this one single thing about Texas football right now. It would be Arch trusting his receivers to make plays.
Yeah. Trusting his running backs, trusting the plays to be designed in a way that they can block downfield. And again, we talk about DeAndre Moore. DeAndre Moore is a guy who can sit there and go, I had the block. Like, there's one guy on the edge. You got to hand that ball off and trust that I blocked the DB, and we got 20 yards on that run. It's him versus a safety. Like, he can make that play. And so those are the pieces. I think we'll get there. But again, that was great, Matt, to show us kind of those pieces of it. And, you know, it's not crazy. And again, you saw it. The first half, there's a lot. In the second half, there's some. And so it gets better, but they're just going to have to figure something out. And, man, you know what? I'll love it when we see a full game of college football that feels like it was the same game, as opposed to what we have seen so far this year, where just the consistency has not been there. And we have not seen 60 minutes of good football from this team yet. When we get there, we'll all feel much better, but it's going to take some time. We're going to take our second break. We're going to come back. We'll get to our meathead of the day. We'll try and talk a little bit of Texans before we get out of here. We'll talk more. We'll have more time to talk some NFL tomorrow as well, but really good stuff there. So we'll keep it rolling and come back here in just a few here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Monday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Appreciate all you guys hanging out with us. So I'm watching a guy ride a bicycle around outside my house. He circled 3 times. I'm a little bit nervous now about what this guy's doing outside my house, Matt. But we will get to our meathead of the day. And it has to be our pal Brian Kelly after he goes off on a tirade to begin after getting a win against Florida, where they were projected to win by a ton. By some people, they covered the spread. They did everything they were supposed to do. They did not look great doing it, though, because Florida is kind of going to drag you in the muck with him, it feels like a little bit. And so this is Brian Kelly entering his post-game press conference on Saturday after beating Florida.
Back, I know you love these immediate post-game sessions, but what are you seeing with your offense?
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. What do you want me to tell you? I just laid it out for you. We played the game to win the game. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. And I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
There we go with Brian Kelly letting it go after the game. By the way, my favorite part is they're 17-1 in a 3-0 season. That is a solid stat for you. I hate to tell you, Brian, you can't count last year's wins. You can't count the year before. You're 3-0. So we can't use that. But Brian Kelly just laying in, and you're like, all right, there has to be something with this reporter. There is the video from today's press conference. If I pull this up here, here's a video from today's press conference.
Before I get to the game in Southeast Louisiana, I want to go back to the press conference after the game. I've texted with Mike and offered my apology to him for the way I handled the questioning. I think it's important to understand that my standards relative to how we work with the media on a day-to-day basis need to be higher, and I take responsibility for that, and I'll be better in the future. And understanding also the way I'm thinking after a game, and we've mentioned this a couple of times in here, the emotions of the game right after it. I haven't watched any film. It's difficult to make those assessments of specifics. And I'm going to defend my team. I'm going to defend my players first and foremost. But having said that, I publicly apologize to Mike, and he's an outstanding reporter. He works hard, and we'll do better moving forward. So I just wanted to address that in the outset. As it relates to the game.
So there's Brian Kelly today apologizing for his comments when he walked off and was like, all right, did my presser, and he walks off, and the AD's probably standing right there and like, dude, no, bad, no bad, very bad.
Yeah, that was something, man. I saw that earlier today, and it's a perfectly fair question. I mean,
it wasn't a crazy mean question.
If you went to Steve Sarkeesian's press conference after the UTEP game, he would have had every right to be fuming with the way that his offense played.
Yeah.
And every single reporter that asked a question in that press conference was asking him things like, what's wrong with Arch? What's wrong with the offense?
Yeah.
What about this? What about that? And he was very calm and very collected, and was like, hey, well, there's some good things here, but we need to work on this, and this is my responsibility, and Arch is going to do this and that. And I mean, I just think that Brian Kelly has a screw loose, because if you come out and say that 300 and I'm doing math live on air. I'm sorry, Patrick. 322 yards of total offense for a team that was widely expected to have the best offense in the SEC against a bad Florida team is enough. And your leading rusher had 93 yards on 15 carries, 51 of which came on one play. So it was really 14 carries for 42 yards. That's a problem. So it's fair because they have not been putting up a lot of points. They have not been an explosive offense, and a reporter is simply asking the question, "Why is your offense not as good as it was?"
Yeah, and the reality is 90% of coaches would come through that question and they get it and they would smile and they would look at the reporter and go, I'll tell you what, they played good enough to get a win tonight. They played out there. They played their butts off tonight. They really tried their hardest, and we got to work on some things and keep getting better and better as the season goes on. But did you just see that? A win in the SEC? Those don't come every day. Boom. Question answered. No problems.
Yeah.
And you said the same thing to him that you said yelling all that other stuff, which is, hey, buddy, maybe don't ask that first. He knows that's what you meant when you said, hey, we won, and I basically avoided your question. But you get it. And Brian Kelly cannot be unaware of how fans work. Wait, so we won 20-10 and someone predicted we would win 40-10, so they're mad? Yeah. That's what you signed up for. They pay you millions of dollars to deal with this. Deal with it.
Yep.
So fun stuff. Any predictions tonight? We already said Texans win, right? Are you staying on the Texans win tonight?
Yeah, I think I picked Texans -2.5, and I'm gonna be real honest, I forgot who they're playing already. Who are they playing?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yeah, I will take Texans -2.5 because Baker Mayfield hates Monday Night Football.
There you go. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. Wrap up Monday Night Football. Get into some NFL talk because we went Texas all day. We'll talk more Texas tomorrow too. There's more Sark audio. There's tons more we can get into. Hope you join us tomorrow for more from Open Gym. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. And we'll see you right back here for more from Open Gym.